Welcome to part 26 of our adventure in Hollow Knight Silksong. We're at a very critical juncture of the game at the moment. As you can see here in the ruined chapel, where the snails seem to have kind of blown themselves out in their effort to get Hornet restored with all the hearts that we collected so she could enter the red memory and collect the Everbloom. Where is this? Everbloom, there it is. Ethereal flower plucked from a deep and distant memory, indeed. A bit of a throwback to Hallownest as we visited the White Queen in the first game, who gave us this item that glows with soft pale light that wards against the void. Now, it does mean that our objective has changed to the last dive, which looks heavily implied to be some kind of point of no return down to a finale sequence. We can in fact see that the objective is all the way in the bottom of the map where, as far as I know, the last time we were down in the abyss it could not be mapped, but we are at the moment still missing some kind of map related achievement, and so it might be something worth investigating to go to the diving bell in Deep Docks, which I would assume has been repaired by now because we were told that it would be someday. And if that is the way down, we should see if it is going to be some kind of point of no return, and if it is, then we probably understand that that might not be the last step required for the mapping achievement, given that the last time we were back into the abyss, we could not open the map at all. So currently, we are definitely missing at least one crest and one section that is considered mappable. We're at 90% in the game. I believe it's just missing the one last mask shard over here. I completely lost count of how many spool fragments we had picked up along the way and can't really see it very well from the meter, so I don't exactly know if we're just missing one piece for that as well, or perhaps more than that. A couple of other things unaccounted for. Definitely at least two pieces of craft metal, one for the rune tool over here, one for something that you can build in Greymoor above where Varnaby is located, and I still don't really have an interaction with Varnaby so far as I know. And so today we'll probably just explore and see about anything that I might want to double check or which I have not checked at all since opening up Act 3, because there are a few locations that I don't think I'd actually gone back to in that time. And yeah, definitely a few suspicious locations in the map as well that we might want to go back to at some point. And for example, we never figured out what to do with Verdania over here. We never really did anything with the weave nest above it in Bilewater apart from obtaining the rune tool. There are just a lot of different places that we want to maybe go back to at some point. The area that was the end of Chakra's quest where she found her master over on the right side of Bilehaven, I don't know if there was something worth returning to there as well. A couple of locations where we just have not been back either since obtaining the power to ascend. So I don't know if we'll necessarily do a complete 100% unguided or how feasible it would be before we decide to pursue the finale sequence. I don't know how many percentage points for that matter are locked past the descent, although usually Super Metroid logic dictates that if it is a point of no return, then 100% should be obtainable before that point. Flickering Flame, 5 masks, World Soul, Brought and Boiled, 4 stones, Rage Baked, Crushed Powder. Of course, yeah, so we read this recipe earlier. 3 shells from Pilgrim's Fallen to contain an age. Yeah, I don't really think we had a way to put that together and do anything meaningful. Oh, this looks new. I don't think I checked this location previously, had I? Or does this just go back and around? This looks like it might be new right away, actually. Oh, maybe I had been here. Oh, no. Here's something. Yeah, this is new. Good thing I bothered to look at that location. I wasn't even thinking about exploring it. So we have something new here. Anguished Aura. 8 masks Hard. Swirled soul enraged. 12 actinids flat. All juice strained. 6 pilgrims living. Hung long to drain. Well, more recipes, I guess. And then we just continue pushing this way. Yeah, good thing we checked this area. I just didn't even think about it as a possibility. I wonder if you can ascend up through the top here. We should get a little further into this chain of gastrobot shells and see what we can claim from this location. That looks very new. So what can we bind? And Azurus, welcome back. You said you watched yesterday's VOD. Wow, new crest right here. All this time. I guess it was technically locked behind ascending, unless there was a way to wall jump up there that I just didn't check before. And yeah, you said a tie with a boss just shows how tough it was. Yeah, it was a dramatic finish, wasn't it, with the throwing ring that I did kind of on impulse there, because I thought that I was kind of on the last legs of that fight, and that turned out to be true. That's our third simultaneous death with a boss over the course of this playthrough. There was the one, of course, with the Last Judge, which I had to redo. There was the one with Garmon and Zaza, which I understand meant that I missed out on Garmon's final dialogue. And, of course, most dramatically, there was one with Carmelita yesterday. The hardest boss for me thus far. At about 3.5 hours. Now, the Crest of Shaman, I didn't realize this was here. Notice that we still don't have the crest achievement for all crests. At least it doesn't seem to have popped. So that's not even all there is. But let's take a look. Usually, when we see new crests, a few things to check. First of all, downward move. Oh, look at that. There's this kind of backdash on this. It feels swifter than Reaper, but it does kind of do this little pushback here. Now, the dash attack. Oh, interesting. How far does that go? It's kind of has a bit of a forward range to it. So you can actually fight at a distance, so you can do a forward swipe that is a little safer and doesn't make contact. We can play with this for a bit, maybe. What else would we want to check? Standard attack. Oh, interesting. At surprisingly long range, actually. Okay, we'll ascend back up through here, obviously, but let me just play around with this a bit more. Also, in terms of memory lockets, how many spares do we have? We've got 4 spares. We'll need 2 slots for blue and blue over here, and then... Oh, that's interesting. So, I see that you can actually use multiple silk skills in this build instead of any red tools. So, if you want to go really heavy with silk usage, then that's how you do it. That this is oriented around having all of these be bound to your top button instead. Now, that seems like it might consume quite a lot of silk here, but I guess we should find a bench again and see about it. I wonder if this was accessible before we got rid of the snails. Obviously, you could only enter this part of the chapel, I guess, in Act 3, because it's not open to you, this interior, until that point. But I wonder, maybe this was obtainable much earlier before we completed... Oh, where's this quest over there? Now, we can play around with it for a little bit. I might want to apply those memory lockets on it, though, in order to have some of our skills back. But let's take a look here. So, yeah, right now we have Threadstorm and Standard. There's a lot we can do with this. I guess putting counter on down, even though we've never really used it very much, is practically kind of like a Smash Brothers input. It might make more sense to have it just sort of on middle, though, just so it's something that we can instantly activate as a parry. We've never really used this very much, so... Then you can do something like spawning pale nails down here and then putting sphere back on top, for instance. I don't know if that will feel intuitive. That's going to go through so much silk, though. I guess we would want to build around some kind of silk replenishment in order to do that. Like a fast regeneration and a druid's eye. Or something like that. Well, this immediately leads me to think of something, which is to go back to Weave Nest Atla, because all this time we were told that if you expand your nature, you can go back there and then something else happens. And that's pretty close by, so we should actually go for that first before we travel anywhere else. Yeah, like I've been saying, I don't know how exhaustively we're going to go for a full 100% unguided, or how feasible it is, because I don't even have a good sense of the locations of what I had collected already. But we know that a couple of these things are accounted for. We know that of the 3 red tools, 2 of them are accounted for by craft metal. In that one of them will craft above Greymore, one of them we will get the silk shot off of Forged Otter, and then there's one more that's unknown beyond that. And then aside from that, it's just one unknown that is blue. And so that's accounted for. I think with that, Master Shards, Spool Fragments, definitely at least 1 crest. Oh yes, this too. Silk Hearts. We just had the one from the beginning of the game and the one off the rematch with Lace. I had actually completely forgotten about this. But that looks like we'll need to fill that in. And also, one thing that we talked about much earlier, like weeks earlier in this stream, is that it does conceal how many additional traversal powers you fill in by filling in the circle as you go. I only noticed that just now because I noticed that the Silk Sword has been filled in over here and everything positionally has been displaced. Anyway, let's keep going here, and where are we? This goes up, but we want to go down to Weave Nest first. Also, I want to check the location to the right of the Weave Nest again. I don't know if the location designated as the Marrow had anything else going on in there, since that's also one room that I hadn't returned to since Act 3. So yeah, let's just dive on down and see what happens. I guess if you're really short on shards, then this is the crest that you would switch to. For example, just go Pale Nails here and that'll take that out. It's going to blow through a lot of silk though, so we'll need to keep our eye on a meter. I'm clearly short on a lot of memory lockets that would be required to fill in everything else. Actually, I should see how short on memory lockets I am in terms of upgrades, because Hunter, there are 2 slots I never opened. Oh, I guess we did fill in everything else on Beast and Wanderer. Eventually, I did actually pay up to fill all those slots. So we know that at minimum we're missing 2 memory lockets because we have 4 slots to fill, plus whatever is on an additional crest that we haven't even collected yet. Because it looks like there's going to be one more. But anyway, certainly this counts as having expanded our nature, so let's go down and see what is here. Lady, my senses for sound, you have grown further beyond the bounds of a bug. Permit me to gaze again upon your nature, that I might offer clarity. Do we get more global slots this time? Let's find out. Oh, we get something else completely. Evolve the Crested Hunter again. Okay. Now the thing is, with the Hunter Crest. Heighten focus with additional strikes and further increased lethality. This is the only thing we've been able to upgrade. And it makes me think that other crests should technically be upgradable as well, but that... Well, we actually have not discovered how to do that with any of them. So let's see. Lady, Farloom's time grows short. If you are able to further expand your nature, I urge you to return to me. Any power I possess, I shall grant it for your aid. My thanks, Eva. If my nature expands as you say, I shall return. So we got swapped back to Hunter. We still have the 2 slots missing on it. Build focus with successive strikes. Yeah, so Hunter's been upgraded multiple times, but we never improved anything else. And we are at 91% at this point, so something we did just now, certainly with the rest we obtained, seems to have moved the needle forward, so to speak. Oh, almost forgot that we can, in fact, jump up and see about that upper passage. Given how much we've evolved the Hunter, at some point we should actually maybe start using it again and put the memory locket back on it. The main reason we switched off of it in the first place was just initially at the beginning of the game not being that used to the downward strike. This looks like it's worth checking. Nope. So again, I haven't come back here in some time. We did read this before, I think. Does low her gaze escaped? Have we been down here? Yeah, because that's where it continues. We've been over all that. So let me just check this one more time. We collected something here long ago. Can't say I remember what. Oh, whoops. Took that out quickly, at least. So we've been back here, but I think I had actually come back and checked this a few times. But again, not since we came back to Act 3, because I think this was just something that we jumped around and wrapped around here to pick up possibly a spool fragment or something. Oh, see, still getting used to that. That doesn't look like a traversable ceiling. Whoops. So yeah, I don't think this was anything. Whoops. Just fell in there. Okay, yeah, we actually had come back and checked this before, so maybe there's nothing in this room after all. I do want to check the right side just in case there was something along the wall. Oh. Except we're going to dash into absolutely everything. Run into absolutely everything as well. Nope. Still getting used to all that. Well, I mean, at least the save point is close. I don't think we lost much in that anyway. Also, we can just go straight up. So yeah, we should just go back and grab that cocoon. Check that right side wall. I think maybe there's nothing more to it. It's just that on the map it looked like a bit of a suspicious location to protrude into the narrow by one room, which is why we kept on coming back here to check. 2 swipes. There we go. Oh, no. Didn't even make it over. Okay. Let's watch out here. I think I would have known how to play parts of a game like this by now. Okay. Now, assuming there's nothing to tap on right over here, I think we just go. The bottom location looks kind of suspicious, though. No, I guess not. Alright, then let's make it over. And just get back out of here. So, looks like I don't think there was anything new. This was just where the enemy was. There we go. Oh, whoops. Falling into every spike along the way. But yeah, very fortunate that I even bothered to check the shaman location, because I was just about to leave that area. And Ruined Chapel. Anyway, back up we go. Except we need to take the lift. And we'll check the right, but then find a bench or something soon. So yeah, again, we found a location like this in the Bilewater Weave Nest as well, and didn't seem to accomplish anything by activating the power there, but we'll see. I think it was a particular door that we went through, but we'll take a look. Okay, in this location, we'll probably just get back out to the fast travel point. The thing we wanted to do next was to probably proceed over to some of the locations that we hadn't checked since the last time we were here. I think we'd gone back to the Moss Home area with the druid a few times because we were popping the... what is it? Well, the Void Masses, that's what it was. Yeah, because there was a Void Mass that we're taking care of over in that location. We've been back there. Just trying to think about which NPCs we hadn't really been back to see recently. So, if we continue... Right, because I was thinking that the area between Wormways and Blasted Steps, this gap in the map still looked kind of suspicious. And with the Blasted Steps, I don't think anything is going to take us down, but with the Wormways, we didn't really see any way to go up. That might be worth checking briefly, in case there was some ceiling that we failed to poke there. But other than that, I definitely want to go back over some NPCs or key locations that we hadn't been back to in a while. And just step through the map piece by piece. So, we check the Moss Home area again, just to be sure, since we had been back there, but... we'll see what else can be done. Oops. Oh, I totally forgot to switch back to a crest that I'm more comfortable using. That's okay, we've got a bench coming up soon. We can look at that. Oh. Also, since we put the counter maneuver on my central power that just carried over to the other crest that we were switching to. That's something that we probably should have kept in mind. Oh, let me poke this wall a bit. Nope, nothing. So yeah, we've been back here a few times. I don't know if there was anything else we could do here, but let's switch back. We can play Shaman a little bit. See if we can get comfortable with it as we're just exploring. Bring more mossberries. And yeah, I mean, I don't know how many more mossberries are even obtainable on the map at this point. Because we hadn't seen some in a while, but as we explore, maybe that too will change. So we've been through this area. Now, what am I even looking for? So the thing is that you still have this gap here that's underneath Shellwood that seems to be to the right of Bone Bottom and above the Marrow. So going back here partly to inspect whether there's some path that would allow me to continue. Let's find a trap. Just in case we had missed anything. Whoa. Yeah, that's quite a deflection that you get as a bounce back from the Shaman attack. I'm just checking ceilings around here. And other walls in case. Yeah, there's a trap here, obviously. Let's just get around it. And yeah, you can do quite a decent ranged attack here with that spin. If we like the playstyle, we'll plug in the remaining memory lockets, I guess. And see, but the fact that I'm still missing a crest means that I'm kind of holding out as well in case we find something that really fits us nicely in terms of playstyle. Okay, we wanted to check the Wormways area to the left. Let's do that. Speaking of this location here, we're definitely unable to see it here, but if we look in the Bell Home, we can see, I think, which collectibles we also still lacked when it came to the various relics that we can cash in. I think we're definitely missing a few of those as well. Oh. Yeah, so it's kind of a pretty long down swipe like that. Quite like it, actually. Main thing is that we don't have the shard-based tools, but essentially if you're out of shards, then of course you play Shaman while you try to rebuild your collection. So it's kind of like a nice little synergy that's possible between Shaman and Architect, depending on whether you're sitting on a ton of shards that you want to use or not. Let's go back up. I want to go back to, whoops, to the upper area in Wormways. This goes pretty far up. I want to check around the walls in this area anyway for any other entrances that we may have missed along the side. Oh, you see this? No, that's nothing. Because again, it looks like it's possible to extend something into the rectangle here under Shellwood, and it does merit a quick look. Yeah, so I don't know exactly at what point we'll decide that even if we're not quite at 100%, we might want to approach what seems to be the finale. But we'll make that decision based on how lost and aimless we're feeling. Because again, there are definitely many areas we have not checked at all in Act 3, which we'll definitely need a further look. Forgot how long the heal is with Ultigun when you don't have Injector on. Let's just tap some of these. At a really decent range now. Oh, we never really checked the charge attack on this. It's quite nice, actually. It goes really long, actually. It feels like this weapon might go well with the fast charge. Just because you can do these huge swipes. Yeah, we should actually just plug in some memory lockers and play Shaman for a while. But it would be nice to find some more lockets on backup first. I guess we shouldn't have spent all those lockets on Beast I've barely used. But we were looking for solutions at the time. Just catch these. Oops. A little more accurately, perhaps. So what was I looking for? I'm trying to check ceilings around here. Oh, this looks like something we hadn't really seen in a while. We had collected something off of this location. This looks like something that I might ascend through. There's a light there. There's nothing. Yeah, I don't really even remember what we collected here. There's a little strand of silk here. We should be able to play some music. Listen to what happened. Here we go. Worthy. Dear one. Remembered. Suffer no more. Hardened the path. Held in our hearts. Dear one. Okay, oh, just got almost chopped by that. So yeah, I believe it was kind of a hard ceiling on that left column. Over in this area, but it does behoove us to check. Because there have been a lot of locations like this where we might have seen some interaction long ago that I just don't remember. Oh. But this is back to the Plasmium area where we have been previously. Just trying to get some good swipes here and get accustomed to the Shaman bounce back. It's very satisfying to hit. Although it takes some getting used to coming from the Reaper movement. I do want to check this location. Like this, for instance. Have we been up here previously? I'm not convinced that we have. I guess you just get some plasmium off of that, though. Doesn't look like there's anything up there, though. But then that's the ceiling location that I was meaning to look at, so I think maybe there was nothing else going on. Yeah, but this was the part on the map that I was wondering about, but seemingly nothing. I think we had checked the area above the Alchemist quite a few times. I actually don't remember if we did that, though, before we got the ability to rise up and check the ceiling. So we should go back to that room at least, but then after that we'll probably get back out of the Wormways and look somewhere else. Yeah, because we've been up here quite a few times for the Plasmium quests. Oh, this has changed since we were last here. Life for you. Life for all. Dear one. A source. Life for all. Yeah, okay, so, well, I mean, we kind of knew it was near the end last time too, so. That is definitely a change. Now, yeah, we previously just didn't make any headway at all over in the weave nest area, so this might actually be all there is to it. If that's the case, I think what I'll do is I'll port back to Belbeast and we'll continue over on the Marrow side. Because some of the top rooms in the Marrow here that are underneath Shellwood, I don't think we've gone back to check recently, so let's do that instead. Doesn't look like the... Oh, I'm playing the wrong song, that's why. However, I wonder what happens if you play Elegy for Deep here. No change. Okay. I'm definitely on the lookout for anything you can use Elegy for the Deep on that was not part of the main quest, like whether there are other memory interactions that you can find elsewhere to look for alternate passages or get through places that were enclosed in the present, like we saw in both Far Fields and the Coral Tower. Oh yeah, we came here because we wanted to proceed. Let's do that. Because we had the upper areas in the Marrow where we had the tyrant fight in one of those, I know, but let's just continue this way. You know, if we're just messing around with Shaman right now, let's just take multi-bind off and try to find something a little more synergistic. Druid's Eye is a possibility. I was talking about something else too. Oh, I guess you don't have yellow slots. That's a disadvantage of this, because you don't have slots for things like the wall climb or anything else unless you're taking Compass off. So yeah, that's one thing that's kind of a limitation of running Shaman, is that you just have no yellow slots. Nothing except blue, in fact, so... Now, the thing is, Volt Filament with something that's very heavy in Silk skills makes a great deal of sense. As is Egg of Flelia, but we don't have room for all that. But essentially, you can build something that's very heavily oriented around skill usage. And that might be neat to work with. Oh, I was trying to use silk there, but we don't have enough silk. Yeah, we have been up here recently, I think. Hang on. Now, we don't want to burn up so much health, because then we won't have silk left for the silk skills, but... just zap everything. So yeah, I'd returned here previously when we were looking for the parts of the Mr. Mushroom quest. I think we had checked this area pretty thoroughly, but we'll come up here just in case. Like this area here, for instance, that looks like a ceiling that might be worth checking. seemingly. You never know how narrow those passages may be, so... Okay, that works too. Also, this thing to the left. I mean, I guess it's just a decorative gate, but that does look suspicious as well. Whether maybe there was anything that could have been to its left. You know, whether this is gating off something else. So, for example, if you play the needle in... Oh, let's get rid of this thing. Let's actually try elegy as well. I mean, this is a really suspicious location. Oops. Hang on. Slipped off all the walls here. I can't seem to activate this with the needle in, but I wonder what we can do. Because this totally looks like it could potentially gate off something to the left. We can make it open up or something. Well, we'll just have to keep that in mind. Again, I have to get used to this back movement. Have we checked all of these spaces? This was some time ago. Yeah, I think when we were looking for Mr. Mushroom, we did see most of these locations, so... Oh wait, this looks like light from above. I mean, let's just check. Maybe nothing. Okay. Guess not. We'll check the Tyrant Room, which is the next location. Just zap that. And this, where are we? Need to continue to the right. It's a very swift movement compared to the bounce that we got on Reaper. Like, it's a bit of a different rhythm to it. We'll need to get accustomed to that. Like, it seems to fall back down sooner. Maybe it's just because we were taking such long swipes with Reaper, but I just feel like it's a swifter beat to that attack. Oh, totally misaimed that. That's okay. And we'll take some getting used to. You can get a nice series of bounces off of it if you're sufficiently careful. Okay, so let's get up to what I think was the Tyrant Room. Poison that's over here. Whatever. I think this was the place. Oh no, this is not the place at all. I'm thinking of a different location entirely. But we should check this anyway, because I remember, yeah, this is the part where you have to follow through the right side where we obtained, or the left side of the room rather, where we obtained something by going over a series of spikes. I think we must have rechecked that location as well then, but Yeah, so that's not what I was talking about. What was the tyrant location then? It must have been that lair that was down lower. Why did I think that was the Beast Crest location? No, that would be in Hunter's March. That's where the Beast Crest was. Right, with the places that look like the cave entrance. Yeah, no, it's actually the area below here. Let's go back there. But then that obviously wouldn't be the continuation over to some extension of the zone upward, though. So if we're looking for something to fill in that rectangle on the map, if there is such a thing, then that might not be right. But we'll go down and check. Anyway, did I ever buy Chakra's markers? Yeah, I eventually did. I bought everything I could with rosaries. The only non-repeatable rosary purchase I know about that is still left in the game for me is one that requires craft metal off of Forged Otter for the Silk Shot. That is the only thing other than buying more rosary beads or shell shards or reloading the rosary cannon that I know of as a use for rosaries at this point. That area to the right that seems to be exploded. Did we actually ever go there? I'm actually not sure we did. I guess... yeah, this little nook here. We must have obtained whatever was there before, like really early in the game. I just don't remember it. Yeah, of course we have. We've been here many times. Okay, let's go down and check the Tyrant room. I had checked the minigame area before, and there's no more minigame. And nothing else that I could see there, as far as I can tell. But I don't think I've been back this way. At least not recently. We had at some point gone to the former flea location. The original flea camp. Because we made a delivery there. To where the pilgrims had gone. Let's check this side. I think this was just a rock. Oh, haven't seen these in a while. Okay. Let's just wait for it to go back. And just slap it. You can slap it at a nice range with that attack, but yeah. Oh, it does do a bit of recoil though. I wonder if we use Shaman in conjunction with the recoil reduction. That would be beneficial. Yeah, because you still need to make contact with a nail for full damage. Which seems intuitively sensible. Anybody to bust up over here? Of course. So yeah, this was in the Tyrant area, I think. Oh, we got lots of silk. That's great. I need that healed up. This looks like a ceiling that could be breached, but no, it's not. So, nothing new here since we took down Tyrant. It looks like. And this just opened up on this side. Back to the flea camp where we've been previously. The old flea camp. I don't know if there's anything else to look at over here either, but... whereas I don't see it. Okay, next thing I wanted to check then is... to go back through Shellwood. I know that the grave location there was where we completed the Pinmaster rescue. The potion brewer, or rather the polyp specialist to give us the polyp pouch. That we haven't gone back to in quite some time. We should maybe do that. I don't remember if we really checked all those other locations. We checked the top quite a few times back when we were looking for what would eventually be the powered path by the wisp thicket, so I know we've checked those ceilings quite a few times. And of course the location in Shellwood that led us to the Nyleth fight last time, I think we checked that pretty thoroughly. So let's go back and check the kind of central area of Shellwood. We'll do that next. Unless there was something I wanted to look at in Hunter's March, which we combed through pretty carefully last time as well. Oh yes, no, one thing I want to do in Hunter's March is to go back to the Gilly statue to see, like the original statue that we ascended past, to see if there's some interaction with that and the elegy for the deep. To do that, we would want to go to just the Farfields station. That would be an easier way to do it anyway, so... I think we'll do things that way instead. Okay, so in that case, let's work back. Yeah, it really does give me a sense of how many memory lockets we're still missing too. There's just tons of stuff on this map. And a lot of it seemingly not counting towards 100%, as we saw with several days going from just 89 up to 91. Despite taking out tons of bosses along the way. There's definitely an element of collection here that is unaccounted for. Kind of like how with the first Hollow Knight it extended well past 100%, although I think part of that was because of the series of free updates that the game released after the original release on PC, many of which were rolled into the first release on Switch, which was the first version we played in the original game. Because I think the release version of Switch was, I think, maybe one big patch off of being final, if I recall. So the percentage counter at that point was already 100 and something. If not the full 112. I actually never did full 112 in Hollow Knight. Never mind other tasks like the Pantheon, so... What if we just send it through here now? Well, we can. I think we had to check this area. We hadn't been back to the original boss room in this section in quite some time, though. I wonder if there's anything new here. It's this section, and yeah, nothing new. Just the remnants of the boss that we took down so long ago. Right, I wanted to go down to check the vendor. We might want to check the left side as well in case there's anywhere to ascend through on the left. I had to kind of keep the order straight of how we did things in this game. Like when I went into the abyss and got the power to rise back out. Because there are definitely a lot of things we hadn't checked since then. So I'm just looking over the whole ceiling here. Let's check this spot. It's hard to tell sometimes what does or doesn't look suspicious. Usually when there's some kind of massive stream of light, you know, that's going to be worth checking at least, but... I mean, thinking back just earlier in this session, I don't know what visual cue kind of gave me the thought of checking the shaman location. Yeah, probably nothing around this area, though. So, yeah, we'll go straight down and we'll wrap around. To the Polyp Specialist. Was it through here? No. Yeah. I'm getting hit by so many of these. Oh yeah, that's right. This is not actually the way down, unless there's a way to cross. That's right, because I'm going down to this area repeatedly to retrieve my cocoon. This all feels like ancient history by now. But we'll drop down and see what we can do. Might want to actually pick up some silk at some point so we can heal up from here. Bench left. The bench is quite a ways to the left, though. We can go for that central bench that goes up the lift. This looks like it's gleaming, but it's nothing. So yeah, this chain takes you up the lift all the way, so let's just do it. Grab that bench. Oh, this is standing too close. Those are all these. Void mask down there, which will thankfully leave us alone. We're just trying to go up a lift. So yeah, this section here we will go left and check around here first before we do anything. We'll just have to climb back out. After having accidentally activated that so many times. That lift. This is the location, I think. We hadn't been back here in a while. Oh, maybe we... Oh, yeah, okay. So, let's play for this one first. Nothing intelligible that we can understand. Bug, red cloak. Far traveled, bring it here at the bud. Ah, so okay, this is where the twisted bud goes. Maybe we should have been able to tell that based on the artwork, actually. I just didn't really remember what this character looks like. It calls, it cries for the right, offer it. Okay, Twisted Buddy finally gets its moment to shine. The bud, weak, new, it must be nourished. Nourished, it will be nourished. Okay, let's grow the bud. Let's see what mighty form it takes. The time of birth approaches. The bud cries, yearning. The final rite may begin. White shell, red cloak, bug strong and old. The time of birth is near. Aid now the final rite. Yeah, we spent so long looking for where to cash in the twisted bud. Just never thought of returning to this location, I guess. Okay, very well, this final rite. What would you have me do? The time of birth is close. Now give its shell host the final rite. The time of birth is near. Whoa, so... do we need to be like the vessel for the bud or something? Okay, so that was quick. Pick up the quest, do the quest. I wonder if there was some other condition in between that we just implicitly met before. But... okay, I guess we need to see what we've done here. New location? Oh, that's interesting. Look at the needle. That this looks like... okay, it's replaced our crest completely. Cannot change crest. Chapel of the Witch. Oh, interesting. So we're going to get something new. Now, we have a very limited amount of silk, it seems. Also, are we able to ascend through here? Not really. Are we just not? Oh, maybe this is the witch now, because this is a new set of powers completely. Maybe this is what the witch crest acts like. Feels really swift, actually. Has this nice whippy feeling to it. Check the charge attack, too. Let's not forget. That seems to hit forward by quite a range, too. So maybe it just artificially severely limits your silk. I'm not sure. We'll definitely bust that down before we proceed. Wait, if this is a continuation, then what was the other side? We should maybe go back and check the other side. Is this a longer corridor than I expected here? Let's see. So this is this way. Oh, hang on. That looks like it gets out this way. Okay, so this is the dead end area. Weaver effigy. What is this? Oh, yes, it's another relic. One of the ones that we're missing. I was missing one in that section, I think. One or two. Okay, glad we got that then. Before forgetting to do so. Notice that we have no bind. And that our standard bind, rather than healing, does this little coil maneuver like that. Interesting. Some kind of attack, or... it certainly doesn't heal. It does seem to burn through all its silk, though. Nope, I'm trying to see what we can do with it. Can't quite figure it out yet. Okay, we have to be careful. I don't actually have a heal, so... but I guess we'll just refresh at the beginning of this section or so. Whoa, didn't see that one coming. Okay. So what do we even do to bind these up? Can we... like, I don't know how the replenishment on this works. I guess we'll have to find out. If there is any replenishment on it. Okay, this has been busted, but okay, that's something we can collect. Rosary string, sure, we'll take it. There's you said the Twisted Bud had the same gray roots where it was located. Yeah, the whole thing with the polyp pouch that took us to Grey Root was so long ago, I don't think I even really recognized that. Oh, you mean with the kind of roots that are surrounding our needle now? Yeah, I guess I recognize that design. Okay. This didn't seem to get us anything. This... we just broke here. Okay, Still don't know what the bind ability does on this. I guess we'll have to find out when we reach the end of this segment. So we're in a totally different area of Shellwood now, and I don't have a compass, so I don't really even know where we have managed to exit here. Hang on. Where are we? This is a new location, actually. Kind of want to get out of here safely before... Okay, so, yeah, this recovers. Where we were before. And we should probably get back to a bench first, and I'll try to go back down to the location where we just busted out, because clearly there was something else below. Before I forget. Let's go for the bench. See just how bad we are at navigating this place without additional assistance. Oh yes, this is the path taking you up to the upper bench. I see. Maybe, like, I get the sense that we need to actually return to Greyroot with this, because we definitely obtained the new crest. We just don't have a way to do anything with it. And it looks like there's nothing that will... Yeah, we can't change the crest, so... And it doesn't even tell you that you can change that at a bench, so clearly there's something else that we need to fulfill here. Maybe we should cross over to a bench first, but... Let me just determine how we'll do that. We'd better get out of here. Oh yeah, no, we were actually at the initial entry that's close to Bellheart. We should have gone the other way. It would have been easier to go in the Bellheart direction so we don't mess around too much with this. Let me bench down there. So you can tell I haven't been here in a while. Right, because we just crossed over completely. So it's the central column. The first central column, but then why wouldn't we just take this to go up to the other bench first? Let's see. How lost we are without a map. Or compass, rather. Okay, good. We just got that. And that. Hang on. At least the downward movement is pretty intuitive on this one as well. No, we don't want to do that. Whoops. Accidentally grappled over to the wrong way. Okay. Got that out of the way at least. What did we just climb? Oh yes, this is the column close to the zone exit. Yeah, okay, now I know where we are. Wait. We're on this Shellwood exit. Yeah, I couldn't keep straight which column we were at. We were actually on the column on the left side of the zone, which was why we should have followed the signs of the bench, because we were in fact right beside the bench. Oh well, that's okay. Let's do this. That's what happens when I don't follow instructions. Yeah, you said that harpoon to down attack was swift? Oh, as in this? Yeah, it's a very quick steaming weapon. Now, it looks like we still can't change crest, which means that we need to go back to where we were with no compass. And that's okay, because now I know where we are. We're right by the Belby station. We drop down the right side. And I assume we return to Greyroot. Notice that there is that passage going down in Shellwood now that we have opened, and which may wind up explaining how to fill in the remaining rectangle on the map if we go back down, which we will. So yeah, we had opened up that entire lower area. I guess we got ported there. We will go back down to explore. Maybe once you go back, it'll unlock something about how this crest actually works. Maybe we'll actually get some slots on it. We don't know yet. If there are no slots on it, then at least we know we're only missing 2 memory lockets instead of even more. And then I needn't be hesitant about spending them on Shaman, for starters. So we just came through this whole area. Right, let's just keep going. It's got a really nice range to it, actually. I don't know if there was anything to send through here. I don't think so. That was just part of the Polyp Pouch quest. Also, if this is not a new crest that we have now, we should also go back to Weaveness Atla after the fact, obviously, and see what we could obtain there for expanding our nature once more. Since that seemed to indicate that it would be maybe a last interaction soon. So we don't officially have this crest yet because I think we need to... Oh, whoa. No more assistance here, I guess, because we got trapped here and... that left me nothing to work with. But we busted that down. Okay, that's not helpful. I guess we need to go down in that lower area then. That's the only thing I can think of, is that we just descend. Okay, well, that's no longer of assistance if Grey Root there was encased in that shape after assisting us. So, yeah, let's go back down left and then down. Clearly, we need to complete some other condition to sort of officially obtain this crest and get back into a state where we're allowed to switch out of it. Oh, bench up there. Looks like one anyway. But then this is just at the bottom of the pit that looks enclosed, but then presumably we can bust something to the left that which will open a new path. As there's a lot of empty space that is unaccounted for. Look at this, you can kind of get multiple hits with this. Very swiftly. Oh, actually, never mind. It's going to open to the right instead. Ah, okay, that explains this. Finally. Finally, we understand how this connects. That seems to lead me even further, though, without quite knowing what we have to do. In order to change crests. Curious. I kind of feel like there's some other NPC we need to talk to that will assist us at this point. Or maybe we just continue this passage and find somewhere to go with it that would make sense. I just don't know where it would make sense. Because now we've pushed through the marrow. We arrived up there at that connecting area. Well, let's check everywhere all those nodes to the right that we actually just went to earlier today, which seem to be dead ends. Failing that, I think we should actually just go left and go up to Mossholm to see if that druid can help us. Because the fact that we're pretty close to being able to loop back to the druid makes that a possible thing to check. Of course, the fact that we went up and were able to go over to Belhard as well made that something that had some potential. I'm just thinking about, who we could possibly talk to inspect our Condition, going down to Weave Nest Atla is also a possibility. Because we still have our needle in intact at least. Let's check some of these top locations first, just to see whether that leads to any insight. This is a really satisfying downward attack, actually. Really, really satisfying. Because of that multiple hit interaction that's possible there. Well, we looped into that top location. I'm just thinking, like, who would actually be helpful with this? Yeah, interesting situation we find ourselves in, being unable to switch out of the crest. I mean, this is clearly encouraging you to come along this area and continue. I'm just looking at this, trying to figure out what would be worth checking. There was that area in Namaro, actually, sort of central and pointing left a bit. Like that little nub there. I wonder if that was anything. There are a lot of rooms that we never really interacted with or don't remember much about. Thing is, we do have to be pretty careful about our health here. And hit benches where we can. Yeah, because now we have that new Shellwood connection. Interesting. So let's see. The things that come to mind are we can check the Moss Home. We can check the Weave Nest. I mean, you know, if we hit fast travel, we have a couple of different locations that we could go to inspect. We should probably maybe not try to continue the main quest in a current condition, although it would be interesting to see what happens if we did. But given that I have no self-heal available right now, I don't think we're in much condition to fight. Let's see, I'm just thinking about who else we could possibly get assistance from here. I think Moss Home is a natural place to check. You'd think there's some synergy here between the various characters and what they know or how they can help. So anything new that we can do here, let's check. Nope, still looking for mossberries. Doesn't notice that anything is different about us. We better go down to the Weave Nest. That absolutely strikes me as the possible way forward. I mean, did we really expand our nature? I'm not sure, but... Whoop. Yeah, we'll just drop down below and let's see if we can proceed. Yeah, it really does test your mastery of the map. This sequence here. Yeah, we're below that bench. So this was a connection point to Marrow. Let's get out the left side. Let's just not fight that. We're in a bit of a weakened state. Well, the fact that Greyroot is unable to help us with this is definitely a point of concern here, but let's... But then we also haven't really hit a bench recently, we should do that. Also, there was definitely, evidently enough in the way of witchcraft recipes and such going on in the remnants of a chapel. That would have been worth checking. I mean, it would have been interesting to see if we could have done that before doing the main quest, and because, you know, the Twisted Bud was available, and we could have come here, and where the snail's still around, we could have done something to see if there was some kind of interaction that might have been possible. But, unfortunately, no more snail cult to help us. We'd already checked the shaman location. Now I wonder though, like if you come here as witch first, and then you obtain a new crest from this point by going to something like shaman, given that when you obtain the crest, you're going to switch into it directly, I wonder what would happen. I guess it just wouldn't let you bind, maybe, because you need to bind, which we currently can't do. Like, we can't really use silk. Like, we just don't have access to silk right now. In fact, we just have roots. So I guess you can't actually obtain other crests while you're in this form. If I had to guess. We better check the weave nest and see if there's any insight. Failing that, maybe that's the purpose of the weave nest that's on the east side of Bellwater, where that was a bit of a dead end, but it was pretty close to where we obtained a Twisted Bud, right? Maybe we need to even go back to that initial point. Like, the fact that the path where we obtained a Twisted Bud... I'm trying to remember, was it this path or was it the path down from Whispering Vaults? It might have been the path down from Whispering Vaults, so I don't actually remember which location that was where we obtained it, but since we didn't know what that whole area was for, maybe it's related. We'll just have to find out. But let's see first if we have any insight here. Having expanded our nature. Oh, stay back, Twisted Leech. Even lodged within another shell, your ravenous nature shines clear. Okay, that's interesting. So we're not allowed to come here because we have the leech still inside us. How do we get it out? You shall not defile this chamber, nor claim my soul. Be gone. So yeah, we're not allowed to approach. I can't really punch through. So yeah, we essentially have the leech inside us, which means we need some kind of purification to happen. Well, that's interesting. Okay, let's see. What kind of interactions do we know of? Bonegrave is where we got Wanderer. The Plasmium Alchemist is kind of out of the way, unfortunately, and unable to help. We should talk to Nu, maybe, at the halfway home. I mean, I guess, what else could remove a leech? Probably not the Citadel Spa necessarily. There are the waters that could maybe have some kind of purifications in them for all we know. I really have no idea. Maybe we could even check Verdania since we don't know what to do with it. So yeah, the leech is something that we can't really proceed with. I mean, it might be interesting to try to take it into deep docks and see if we can make the descent. But we have no access to silk, so, you know, if there's something that requires silk and binding, we're not really able to progress. Let me think about this. So it opened up this passage to the Marrow. I think that's the clue that we should take seriously, perhaps. That you're sort of expected to break down here, perhaps. Who even does leech removal? Probably not as simple as taking a bath in a spa. Probably can't just get some surgeon in the whiteboard to perform some surgery. You have to think about this carefully. This is sort of an interesting puzzle to check your understanding of the game. Oh, also notice. Well, I mean, I guess maybe other leeches in areas like bottled water don't necessarily matter because we have no silk for them to leech right at this point. So maybe we just need to unload the leech somewhere else where it can go. Maybe we just go back to bottled water and check that section. Let's see what we can do. Very interesting. It did seem suspicious that all there was the ruined tool. Yeah, because it seemed like returning to Greyroot was just such a natural thing to do, and then, well, no more Greyroot, so what do we make of that? Have we actually attempted any Belbeast travel? Will the Belbeast transport a leech? Surely. You know what? I'm going to try something. Let's go to bottled water for a moment. I just want to dip into leeches and see what the other leeches do when they attach to our leech. Because, again, we don't really have much silk to work with, so... nothing really. Same interaction, except even... But then what happens if we go climb? Then that's still leechy. Okay. However, if we ascend through here... I'm trying to remember what the original leech location was, what it was on the left or the right. Coming down from Whispering Vaults. Let's go up. I think we're probably way out of the way for what we need to do this. Actually, no, here's an idea. Let's go to Belhart, and let's catch that relic. And see if the relic gives us any kind of clue. Or if any of the NPCs there are able to assist. Since clearly we were pretty near a passage back to Belhart as well when we came out of the area with the Chapel of the Witch. My sickly friend. Yeah, there we go. I can sense that you are ailing. Has the black curse struck even your sturdy shell? The illness stems from a different source, Pavo. A parasite has taken root inside me, one I cannot remove through strength alone. Tell me, are there any you know who might help me, a healer or a physician? A physician? Well, we did once have one, a frightening fiend, callous and crude in her practice. For the health of glorious Belhart, we voted unanimously to expel her. Ah, I see. No, I know. I know who this is. I know not where she buzzed away to, but a world beyond the bells is full of danger. If you must seek her service, I expect she would not have traveled far. I know exactly who. It's Varnaby, who I now realize is she. So we know that Varnaby is a physician because the Mr. Mushroom quest told us so, that it was a doctor in exile near which we had to ascend the spinning tower, and then that's how we found a mushroom clue. All game, we've been wondering what Varnaby is even doing when asking us for something truly nasty inside, and we had brought the Twisted Bud over there multiple times to see if there would be an interaction. At this point, we know exactly what to do, because that's been a dangling thread the whole game that we'll now try to pursue. Okay. Also, it does feel noticeably sluggish to just not have the Silk Speed anklets. I guess when we were playing Shaman earlier, we also didn't have them, but I'm so accustomed to the fast running speed at this point. So we have to go all the way up top. Let's, oh, hang on. Watch out here. Before we get wrecked by everything. Unfortunately, picking up silk isn't going to do much for us here. Oh. Up the level, I think. And we'll just make this crossing safely. Anything else here? One bells down here. That's good. We'll just skip it. And then now, let's complete this. Doctor. Jew, I say, unless you brought a worthy specimen with something truly nasty inside them, I think Hornet now qualifies as a worthy specimen. I'm sick, madame, and badly in need of your service. I've become a host to a vile infestation that leeches my strength and attempts to wrest control of my shell. Okay, now we'll receive some resistance, so center. Now, what's all this? Infested, are you? Do you even know who I am? Why, it is the great Yarnaby, genius physician, unfairly outcast, who now towers before you. I apologize for intruding upon your work, but if you are the skilled physician you claim, I ask your assistance. A parasite has wormed its way inside of me. Its roots twist and pull inside my shell, draining my strength. If you possessed the skill and tools, I would see it removed. Well, so you're a special sickly specimen, are you? That changes matters, yes. Turns them on their head. Let me see. Not haunted indeed, no silk sickness. But something strange has certainly clawed its way in. These roots that torment you so. I'm not altogether familiar with them, but it matters not. There is something nasty inside a shell that must come out. We use Great Yarnaby's Extricator. It's your only hope, Buzzed. Okay, I guess we're probably going to be strapped to that table, aren't we? But to crack your stiff shell, we'll first need some extra strength. The healing can be done, yes, but before that, my mighty Extricator needs an upgrade. Why do I get the sense that we're going to need to go to the mask maker afterwards to get a repair or something? Because We don't know what the mask maker is for yet either, and that's still one dangling NPC interaction that we need. Anyway, infestation operation. Sure. I consent to the operation. This is Bravo, a specimen who sees my brilliance. The task for you is simple. Head over into that tangled mess of cages on the roads above the moors. 2 bugs hide away there. Benjen and Krull. Simple types. Woefully ignorant, yet they have been useful in procuring me materials. It steals spines I need, a full bundle of them forged hard and sharp. Tougher than I've ever had. Tough enough to crack stone and to pierce your thick shell buzzed. Then prepare your machine for my return, madame. I shall soon return with the spines where I am eager to see myself freed. Okay, so Madame Yarnaby here is perhaps going to sing us a song. None else can see the truth. Tear away their pain. Yet Yarnaby will save them. Pry apart the jaws of fate. Tear away their pain. They hate, they lie. Yet Yarnaby will save them. Sounds like a totally ethical surgeon. Anyway, we need to find... let's ask for a clue again. No. Benjen and Krull. Cages above the moors. Do not be distracted from your work yet. In Sinner's Road. I wonder if we need to fight them for it or something. Because I had noticed previously in Hunter's Journal that we're missing something between Greymoor and Sinner's Road. And this would potentially account for it for sure. Like this right here. Look at this. Greymoor, Sinner's Road, 2 slots. Benjen and Krull, maybe. We better hit a bench, though. Halfway home would be our best shot. So let's just go back down. Oh, forgot about this one. Can we just skip you for now? Yeah, there we go. And yeah, let's just go down. Maybe even talk to New. I don't think New has any new boss clues for us, but having progressed a little further in the game, you never know. And no new clue, so, okay. Phew, you're looking a bit raw there, miss. I'm thinking it'll take more than my nectar to fix you up. A parasite of your land has twisted itself in my shell. Its writhing is causing some discomfort. If not for my unique constitution, I suspect it would have already consumed me entirely. Well, don't be bringing such dangerous things in here. Head to the top of the moors. There's an old doctor out there hiding in her bell. So yeah, you get multiple NPC clues. Her remedies are said to often hurt more than they help, but given your state, I'd say it's worth the risk. Might be fun to just roam around the world talking to everybody until, you know... I guess the idea is that eventually, if you just talk to NPCs, they give you the doctor clue, and then things are not so dire. In fact, why don't we do that? Let's go up to Sinner's Road and talk to Sherma or something, and see if other NPCs will give us dialogue for what we've done to ourselves. Just to check briefly, then we'll come back down to Greymoor and do the whole Sinner's Road interaction. I actually wonder if Styx would tell us anything too. That's one that might be worth checking if it's close enough without getting into too much navigational trouble. We did open up that shortcut to Styx from... I want to save. Yeah, down in the east side of Greymore. If we wanted to wrap around Sinner's Road that way. I mean, if we can make it, that would be fun interaction, perhaps. Given that we found the Weave Nest interaction with this as well, with the leech, and saw what the reaction was there. We're not going to do this very extensively. I'm not going to run around to every NPC in the game, but we might as well talk to a few. Red Maiden, you have some great task ahead of you, do you not? If so, then I fear the time of our final parting draws near. You sense it true, Sherma. I shall soon descend to the darkness below the kingdom and quell the source of Farloom's rending. If that task is achieved, my future may take me far from Farloom. But no, I have faith that you will hold these bugs together and see them prosper. In truth, I'm still only a fool, but I'll hold dearly to your faith in me. That warmth will help me to endure whatever challenges lie ahead. Now let me pray for you, dear friend, and may my hopes follow you into deepest darkness and beyond. Maiden strong, wreathed in red, shield her shell, bless her thread. She fights for us until the end. Please protect my dearest friend. We're going to take a screenshot of this. This is too lovely. I'm sure I'm just going to go back to singing and singing the song. Let's give this a listen for a moment. And nothing new from Jubilana. Okay, so no new interaction here. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's just, you know, whoever's sort of proximate to the area and can give you a pointer. Obviously, you're not going to be sold nectar at the halfway home either when nothing is going to benefit your silk. It is tempting to see if we can check down in Deep Docks as well, but let's actually just proceed with the quest. But yeah, I would not be surprised if we actually have to do a fight in our current form with no access to heals. In order to earn the next step here. Oops. Anyway, quick trip back to the halfway home. I kind of feel like Styx might have something to say. We'll check that side of the Sinner's Road first. Where would I even go in the Sinner's Road generally? We would want to go to the cages, which probably means the cage room. That is very clearly marked as a cage room. And there will be a bench close to that as well, so. Because, I mean, I don't know that Styx is just going to give us Silk Eaters when we're not able to use Silk here either, but... Okay, all the way to the right and then up to the top to the bench. Whoops. So we'll cross the top section and then on this way. That's not this area. This was above. Hang on. Oop. Hang on. Let's just try to get out without getting into too much trouble here. There we are. So yeah, we can get some of the silk eaters. We can also hit the bench. Styx doesn't seem to be coming out to talk to us though. Oh well, that's fine. Okay, so we're at this bench. I mean, I guess we could take the upper passage and just drop down towards the cages since we took the trouble to go this way. Yeah, that's the only exit here. Cross over to the left, drop down. You can tell that the Crawfather's minions got their inspiration for protective headwear from the enemies over here. That's very recognizable. The Crawfather's judiciary, rather. Wait, how are we in the mist area? Oh, I totally overshot the descent that we were supposed to make. Completely overshot. Where we were supposed to go down. Here. It's turned out to be an easier path, if anything. Well, not really. The other path we've done so many times. In that initial entry to the Sinner's Road. Anyway, let's go to the cages. This looks like the right place. Let's get out of here first, though. Maybe we should have hit the most proximate bench first before proceeding through here. Seems like there's definitely a noticeable increase in the enemy count in this area too, so just get out first and bench up, and then we'll feel ready to enter the cages. Yeah, it definitely looks like that area has intensified a little bit, just in response to our being on this quest, perhaps. Like, look at this little silk cage to the left over here, maybe. There we are. In a bit of a weakened state, but... Oh, come on. It's not really a cage as such. We're in big trouble here. Let's go back to the bench. I mean, it's got to be in the cage room. Whoop. Oh, let's go back to the bench. Not that we're using the silk. Or anything. So yeah, I guess bile water doesn't really... or rather, the maggot water... here... in this zone doesn't actually matter. Is there a cage we can enter here, or... maybe it was the cages in the initial area in Sinner's Road as well? I don't know. We'll see. Seems like a lot of these cages have been broken open, so... maybe it's not this section. Yeah, I don't think we can actually enter these cages, so might not be it. Hang on, let's read the description. Okay, let's maybe go back down to the initial entry area in Sinner's Road and proceed from there so we can determine where to go. I was sure that it was going to be the big dangling cage room, but I guess not. That's not where we can be trapped. Oh. Maybe it was in the initial room here? I don't know. Yeah, because I guess it's close by to Muck Dwellers, wasn't it? I can't even remember. Wow, everything's smacking me here. I mean, we can definitely enter some of these cages, we just can't seemingly do much about that yet. Maybe on the right side. Because we previously hadn't done much on that bottom right corner of Sinner's Road. We traversed there, but we didn't reveal much about it. Kind of tempting to go back to the bench first, though. Since we're close by. I think we'd better. Whoops. Yeah, so previously we hadn't done much in this room. Definitely a little bit of void to deal with. Let's make this carefully. Come on. He's hit so hard. Well, there are definitely cages around here, and a void mass. What about up here? Whoa! Well, that's the first time I've seen the death animation. There is still a cocoon, technically. But a very different death animation with the leech inside you. Alright, we better drop out of the right side here. And use that as our way to proceed. Maybe we'll reveal something along the way about where we're supposed to go. Oh yeah, no, it's these two. Yeah, we remember them. Because we got the food item off of them, didn't we? Or... we got something important off of them, I remember, for something earlier in the game. Might have been for the Pinmaster quest. Yeah, no, we'll go back to them in just a moment. I'm gonna get the cocoon first. Whatever that's worth. Oh, we should have dropped down the right side there instead. Okay. Yeah, no, of course it's those two. And yeah, look at that. The cocoon is kind of wrapped up with bleach. Okay, up this way though. Now hopefully we do some kind of big fight here perhaps in our current state, but we might have to, and then we'll just have to come back here. While these two are working way back here, can we do something? Maybe it's not these two. Yeah, no, we had some kind of fight here before though. Oh, look at that. We can ascend through here. Okay, that's new. And that would have been locked to 2 and 3 when we had the power to come up. Can we just break anything here? Oh, no, there's silk. Preserved, remembered from you all. Acquire steel spines, though. So how do we actually get their attention? So, oh, from you all, there's something new. This holy taste. Yeah, the problem is that the leech is kind of preventing me from getting much silk right now to play this through. Let's see. I see nothing else to do in this room. Pickled maggots, that's right. Farloom's flavor. Farloom's soul. Yeah, this is not where we go for cages for the steel spines, though. That's not going to be this area, but I guess it's just a bit of a flavor room, if you're into that kind of flavor. That you can see their storage here. Kind of interesting that there's nothing else. I mean, you know, in the nameless town up above the cradle, when we played enough, we managed to have a little memento or something pop out. We don't really have enough silk right now to really test this properly and go through the song and see if there's anything else that's revealed, but I guess this is just a little lore room. It's tucked away as a secret. Worth remembering, though, in case it becomes relevant. So anyway, we're supposed to get inside a cage, though, right? And get captured. This is the cage room. It really looks like it's plausibly the solution, but let's go back to the bench. Again. See what we can do. Looks like we're supposed to get trapped by something here, but oop. There we go. Oh, this looks like it's something we can interact with. That's new. Steel spines, there we go. Push updated. Well, okay. I mean, I guess it's because we had fought them previously, right? Benjamin and Kroll weren't. Yeah, because I guess that's just how we picked him up. Okay, that's fine. Well, in that case, let's just port back. Yeah, I didn't really remember much about how that fight went originally. That's why it hadn't necessarily... Oh, wrong song. Hadn't necessarily occurred to me to just check that location and pick that up directly. Oh, we got it. And we aren't great more, so let's head back up. Oh. Hang on. Let's not get completely lost on the way up. Yeah, just up the tower. Let's not get too fancy about it. Okay. You know what? Skip. What now? Not another bother for the great Yarnaby? Madam, I've returned what the spines requested. Allow me to enter that you may remove this parasite from my shell. Okay, now I guess we get strapped to the operating table. And Hornet's gonna be cracked open. Ah, the spines, specimen, you have them. Then it is time indeed, but to free you of your wriggling torment and show my genius clear. I wonder if we have to go back to the mask maker afterwards for repairs or something. But anyway. Finally, a specimen worthy of my mighty extricator, my beautiful, unfairly maligned extricator. Come this way, but... Well, this is going to be gruesome. You even get a whole cutscene for the operation here. Found the crest of witch. Whipped a needle in sweeping swings, leached the life of foes through twisted roots. Interesting. So I guess that's in place of healing through bind. That you get lifesteal. Then do we get to attach memory lockets to it or other tools? I guess we'll find out. Oh, and we do get our silkback consumed. Okay, so I guess that must have been a final crash then. We'll go back to Weave Nest Atla to wrap that up. The operation is a success. The simpletons hiding in that blasted Belvane would shudder into dust if they saw how much I achieved without them. Madam, I shan't lie. That was an ordeal such as I have rarely suffered. And yet the parasite does seem to have been unbound somewhat. Whatever remnant still lingers in my shell feels calmed enough for me to claim its power as my own. Perhaps this is a fortunate result after all. Of course, great Yarnaby has healed you. Shout it through the caverns, scream it from the great spinning towers. Just make sure they hear you in the so-called civilized settlements of this ignorant land. Okay. Half-wits, a lot of them. Such grand achievement wrought by Yarnaby. A bug healed full by my marvelous machine. A few weaklings expire and they all raise their claws. Is there no place for progress in their tiny minds? I mean, not once they've expired, I guess. But hold, there was something more about you. I've sliced the shells of countless filthy pilgrims. All those plain graying innards. Yours are something else entirely. It tickles in my mind still. What is it of your shell that eludes even my perfect, precise perception? Would you show me, specimen? Go on, let the great Yarnaby peer at your deeper, darker secrets. Hornet hasn't slapped anyone in a while. I have no desire to see my shell pried into further healer. Your service has succeeded and taken its toll in pain. I hope only that I never again need to seek your aid. Don't act a fool, specimen. Share more of yourself that I may gain greater understanding, learning. What other hope is there to save our blighted, thankless world? I have declined, Bug. Whatever you seek, you shall not find it either upon or within my shell. Specimen, we must. There are secrets to uncover. Progress cannot be denied. Slap. There we go. There's a slap. I was waiting for that. But again, the world lashes out at me. But a pain that means nothing to Yanabe. Nothing can deter my great work. Not for long. I must not be stopped. If you refuse to share your secrets, then distract me no more, Specimen. There's still much work ahead of the great Yanabe. Much thought, much learning. Though the ungrateful world shuns me, still by my own claws shall it be saved. Yeah, okay, same. Anything else we can play? Pariah part of the jaws of fate. Yarnaby, the tortured one. Yet Yarnaby will save them. They hate, they lie. Okay, so Witchcrest. And indeed, oh, that's interesting. 2 blue slots, 3 blue slots. But no yellow slots. Yeah, I didn't think anything would give us that much blue to work with. That's fantastic, actually. You can load up on so much protection. The main limitation just being no yellow, but I guess later if we're going down to something unmappable, compass won't matter. We can put yellow back on Silk Speed anklets, which would be universally the most useful thing there, but it's nice for now to just have the compass back. However, we have 3 memory fragments. Sorry, we have 2 memory fragments, don't we? No, we got or 4 memory lockets. Okay, so that means we're missing 3 because you got 2 on Hunter, 2 slots on Shaman, 3 slots on Witch. And on Witch, well, even if we don't put a second tool on it yet necessarily, we can maybe put 2 lockets on it. Let's check a few things with Witch first. The downward movement, as we saw, was actually quite nice. Might even strictly be better than Reaper. Let me do the dash attack. Yeah. That doesn't do the uppercut, but it does do a really nice forward swipe. Well, we'll go down to the Weave Nest first. But given that we only need to use 2 memory lockets to get both blue slots, I think we probably will take that. And then we still have 2 left over. For use with the others. Let's just see what we can do. And there's a lifesteal, but then do you still get a standard bind? Probably. But then how do you see what if the lifesteal is activating? Oh, I see. So it works like Beast then, with the lifesteal, maybe. So I activated a bind, and it gave me a highlight of 3 masks. So it might just work like Beast. So let's not go too aggressive with using memory locks just yet until we know that we can handle that. Moreover, let's try to get out of here before we take a needless death or something. In fact, better we just port out now for safety. Yeah, 06i, actually, that's a good point. That with 1 yellow slot, we'd probably want to use it on dice. I keep forgetting that it's on yellow. I don't know about this lifesteal, though. The lifesteal, you know, high risk, high reward. Oh, yeah, I said port out and go somewhere safe first. Let's do that. We'll want to play with this a little bit to see how the lifesteal works. Whether it works similarly to Beast, where you temporarily have a buff that allows you to absorb, because then, as with Beast, you would need to hit pretty accurately in order to make use of that. But with 4 slots for blue, though, that's really quite appealing. Anyway, let's go back down to Bone Bottom, although I'd need to make it to the first bench. Hang on, let's hit somewhere where we know there's a bench first, just to heal up for a moment and possibly do some reconfiguration. Yeah, so before I build into this too aggressively with all of our existing resources, let's consider how this is going to work. Leech the life of foes through twisted roots. It looks like, yeah, it's going to be a lifesteal. So we'll see. I mean, that's the whole collection. Pretty interesting collection. Anyway, we're still on Volt Filament from earlier. I guess with the Leech, it probably has some kind of interaction with multi-bind and all that. I actually never really quite saw with the extra blue slot what the Beast interaction with multi-bind was. Because, yeah, let's see. Anyway, in terms of tools on red, it doesn't particularly matter. We'll just do Curve Claw as usual, as our standard. And maybe just... Oh, you know what? Long Claw might be interesting here. Let's... Look at that. Oh, yes, that's right. And then what we can do is we can do a fast charge. Wait, let's try that. Look at that. Get a lovely spinning attack. Can be quite aggressive with this. Let's play with it a bit. Let's go back to... Weave Nest Atla first, though. If I had more memory lockers available, I'd just spend them and get everything upgraded, but currently we're clearly 3 short. Well, that was a fascinating sequence. Whoop. I'm getting mobbed for all my rosaries here. Okay. Hang on. Okay, now let's see how the leech effect works. Oh, I guess you would need to leech them within close range. Like, it'd have to be in melee range, and maybe that does a lifesteal. Yeah, because I saw how the animation looked there. So I guess you would kind of need to bind within melee range. It's a very quick bind, which means that maybe we can quicken it even further with Injector Band. And maybe the advantage of that is you can heal quickly, but then you would really need to be on target in order for that to work. But yeah, it seems like it's a pretty aggressive player. We'll probably eventually just get back to our old comfort zone as Reaper anyway, but... We'll see. I mean, it doesn't help to be prepared for situational uses of some of the new tools that we're acquiring. Okay, there's gotta be the last one, right? Lady, you are a multitude within a single shell, a being truly unbound. To aid your growth has proved a grand task, even for one as limited as me. As my last act, permit me to ask a final, selfish request. Your talents have provided great benefit, Eva. What is it you desire of me? Only to have my own soul, my own memories bound within your shell, as you have done with those others throughout these lands. I think this was something that we speculated about the first time I got to this location. I thought, oh, surely we get to bind her. Looks like we do. I would not define as a crest within you. My small strength may still grant a final boon. You ask to be subsumed. No, your mind would cease to be in any independent sense. I know, and still I seek it gladly. You united with one unbound. This is the kind of escape I once prayed for. Though the weight of ages had almost made me forget. Dear lady, would you grant me this request? Well, I guess we should. By your grace, I am at last broken from my fate. Gladly I accept your union, Eva. No longer shall you suffer eternity alone. Alright, let's bind. Silksong. Silk will regenerate while resting at a bench, so we don't just need to go back to the spa. Well, that's very useful. Entwined. And yeah, we've broken this. No more to look at here. 93%. Okay, so we should take the relic back. And then we have a couple of things to check. So I still want to figure out what's going on with the ornate lock that we saw in the whiteboard. I feel like maybe we're just missing a key location or somewhere. You know, maybe we just didn't explore the area adequately, or maybe there's a new passage that has opened up with the tools we now have. But we're clearly missing something there for a lock that is worth unlocking. Again, we probably do want to go back to Verdania to give it another look to see what can be done there. We have actually not really been back to Water at all since getting into Act 3, but I don't know if there will be much to check. Well, given that we're sweeping the map anyway, we should do what we can. I'm just looking at this and trying to remember if there's anything else that strikes me as worth a look here. We're still missing one music cylinder, and I don't remember if they were all generally in the Citadel area. They might have been. But maybe we want to go back down to Songclave. Oh, you know what? There was still that one area in Putrefied Ducks that looked like it was an exit. That should connect over to Songclave, so I never found out what to do with that. Maybe we should check that location once more. It seemed like we're missing some kind of door that would continue to open there. The other thing, too, is that we can occasionally now try to see if we can open other passages using the elegy from the deep, perhaps. I mean, maybe those were not actually exit doors and we just misread something decorative, but there's a lot left for us to check, so. Oh yes, I said that I wanted to check the statue in Hunter's March using the elegy as well to see if it has some interaction like other statues have. But you know what? Let's do that first. Let's head over to the far fields. We still have that in mind. And we'll go up to the Hunter's March exits that we had opened up last time. And that still comes back so quickly. Look at that. We don't even need our own spa anymore. In fact, were we to go back to the Bell Home, it would now reload our silk faster on the bed than in the spa. So that puts us in a pretty good position. I guess that doesn't explain what we're missing here, though. Because I thought, oh, surely we're missing a fight in that location. Right, it was the chef's room that we were at previously, so it's kind of curious. Yeah, because we just walked into that location and picked up the steel. Thought we were supposed to meet certain characters in the area and enter a cage and get into a fight or something, so maybe we can still do that in Cinder's Road, but I'd never figured out which cage to enter to get trapped and possibly invite some opponent. Yeah, because this is who we took out for the pickled mugmaggot, I now remember. So okay, that interaction didn't come out as we thought it might. Still missing a lot of spots down here too. All this is kind of telling me too there's more to see in the White Ward area if we see these available in that part of the Citadel as well. So yeah, that's probably something to do with the key. But anyway, let's go up and check this bit. And yeah, it'll be just on the left side of this column here. This is great. Okay, let's see. Just want to go down to this statue. Oh, this is a longer passage than I remembered. But yeah, this was dropped down here. So let's try the elegy here just to see if the statue does anything. Seemingly not. Okay. Well, worth a try. So what did we say? I said that I would check a couple of different locations. Yeah, Virginia still looks so suspicious that we just hit that dead end with the bench. That just doesn't seem like this is the end of that story. I had checked that little bend in the Songclave going down to the Whispering Vaults. I wonder if there was maybe something else. Well, first of all, let's get out. Oh, right. We actually wanted to go to Belhard and present the relic. See how we're doing for the collection. I mean, 93%. We'll see how much of the rest I can do unguided. Okay, so what does it say? Yeah, it looks like that's the final Weaver effigy, since they're all together in this category. Blessed Weaver, Lady of Grace, you who see our sin, our frail shells, our voices weak, and still offer your protection. How great your mind to care so much for ones so lowly. So yeah, missing harps for sure. And percentage-wise, we're still on 93, so I guess that doesn't take that forward. I mean, let's count here, right? We're missing one mass shard, one spool fragment. We're missing 4 collectibles here. I don't know if they're individually worth a percentage point. I would imagine they're not, because we seem to have a lot more the collection to account for than just that. But let's loot the bell helm while we're here. Anything new? Yeah, it is always a generous supply of material. In fact, it completely fills out our tools. It might even be worth it to go back to Architect at this point, because we've just got a full budget of tools that we can dump anywhere we like. Right, because I had the barb bracelet here to set up for farming purposes. We'd probably replace that with dice. At this point, we don't really need to farm for resources. We're doing very, very well on that score. Let me just reconfigure this slightly. Yeah, I mean, the thing about Shaman is that we'd also just remain at the cap for a long time when it comes to our weaponry. Well, let's down Witch for the moment. We'll probably see how comfortable we are with it. It seems like, you know, the lifesteal could potentially be a little bit fuzzy. But at least it seems like it's a very quick heal, even without injector, so. Also, oh, Chakra's back here. She looks exhausted from her defensive duties. The time is close, Chakra. The cost was grave and a challenge steep, but I've claimed a power that can put an end to this disaster. And this is good. Hornet-wielding needle essential. My own strength has nearly reached its limit, and the dark husk continue their assault unceasing. Take your final action, and let us all see the end of this. Resident, what a marvel you are, continuing to dare the wilds and darkness and returning home to us unscathed. A return with hope worth sharing, Pavo. I have seen a way to calm this chaos, one I now work swiftly towards. Chance remains slim, but if this town can hold and my efforts succeed, Farloom may see a future yet. Nothing new on the quest board. But we're sitting on a ton of rosaries we're not using, so I'll just bind them for now. Why not? If we want them for the rosary cannon at some point, we'll... Oh, maximum held, so we actually can't even conserve more rosaries at this point. Yeah, look at that. We're just fully stuffed on him. You know what? That actually leads me to think. Despite the fact that we're also full up on shards. Where's my red? Let's see. Rosary cannon. There we go. Okay, so what do we want to do? I wanted to check that location again. It might be nothing. Maybe we're just misreading that gate completely. But it did seem like a kind of crumbling exit gate. And the thing is, as with the big skull gates in the Marrow earlier, sometimes, you know, when we read things in the environment that look suspicious, we're typically correct that there's something to consider, so. Where was it even going? Oh yes, that's right. Hallway. Also, one other thing we hadn't tried previously is whether we can now ascend out of here to, oops, get over this gate, taking advantage of Sunclave being continuous, but it seems not. I was hoping to find a way to rise out of here and go forward. But no, it doesn't reach anything. Oop. So that was the right side here we wanted to check. I don't even remember what we got in this room, but... Oh yeah, and there was that whole fight that we did in the passage underneath over to the Clockwork Core as well. Let me just see, because apart from just opening up that passageway with the optional fight, we got nothing out of the optional fight. Also, is this breakable? What about this thing here? Oh. Yeah, this was the area with the optional fight previously. Or, well, it was required at the time in order to go through this passage, but we didn't really understand what else it was about. Might just be a bit of a trap location for the player as you're exploring in this act. You know what? Hey, hang on. So you can just kind of machine gun this down. It doesn't do a lot of damage, though. That's the issue with it. Also, I guess we can try out which healer is point. Oh, yeah, no, that was totally interrupted. It's a little fussy to deal with, I think. A little bit fussy to use. We might switch off of it. Not really sure that's going to be what we want to go with, because it's just too hard to land a heal if you're taking such a risk by going in close. Very similar to what we were doing with the claw mirror in the fights yesterday, where I was getting in way too close for the individual heals. Now, it is tempting, even though we're at cap for all of the red tool weapons, to play around with Shaman and kind of fill in here, because in terms of using the memory lockets, that kind of seems like the best choice at this point. What are we missing on Hunter? Also, Hunter's been completely emptied out, like it does every time that there's something cutscene involved with it. Yeah, I might actually even expand Hunter and Shaman and leave Witch for last then. But with Hunter, well, it's the same kind of setup as what we had available as Reaper. Except that we have the 2 tiers of upgrades on it now, which seemingly we couldn't get on anything else. Let me just reconfigure this first, so we just have something filled in here. Oops. And yellow will be dice and speed, of course. And whatever, we'll put an injector. Again, the main thing with Hunter is that, despite the swiftness of it, I'm still not that accustomed to the diagonal stab. I may just switch back to something a bit more familiar for now. I guess we can use some of these weapons with abandon. Maybe put drill back on for the moment. And yeah, back to curve claw up top. Well, I guess we have a fast charge on the big universal slot now. Let's just do that. Do we still want Thread Storm, or do we want to go back to Spear? Let's go Spear. Okay, back to something a little more familiar. I'd love to spend more time just experimenting with some of the new crests, but let's see what else we can do in the meantime. Right, I came down here to check some of these nearby locations. Oh, no, I keep falling in here. I was trying to explore to the right. Yeah, it didn't seem like there was anything around that spot. So I don't remember if there was anything in the lower passages here that looked plausible. Up here we... No, that's just open ceiling. We've checked that previously, but I wonder if we properly checked the right side here. I think we have. We've been up here quite a few times. All the way to the top and didn't seem to open anything. I had in fact checked this location for exactly what I'm going for now, which is some kind of connecting passageway over to Putrefied Ducks, and I don't think we ever found one. So yeah, nothing really going on here by the looks of it. It seemed like we're missing something though. I don't remember if we actually wove all the way around this room before, for instance. Because we did this whole sequence running back and forth. I don't know if we actually missed something with it at some point. As we open up the vent to send us all the way up top. Because we found this area here. This seemed to be nothing, apparently. Well, we collected something here. I don't remember what that was either. Oh yeah, so this was just a location we used to unlock a way up. So yeah, there was some kind of passage out of here, we just never found it. Yeah, with so few percentage points left for us to scrub at some point, I will have to make the decision to. And possibly try to approach the ending sequence with less than 100, but we would of course love to get 100%, but whether or not I can do it unguided is the actual question here. Whoop, hang on. Losing a lot of rosaries that we're not using anyway, given that we can no longer bind more up. Let's just go back and get that. Or burn a silk eater on it, you never know. Sherman seems to be taking a bit of a break again. My hopes go with you, Red Maiden. They will follow you into deepest darkness and beyond. Anyway, at least we've found the final crest. So in terms of the remaining percentage points, 93%, we know that we're missing tools. We know that we've got the mast shard and spool fragment remaining. I don't know. Maybe there's something additional we'll get once we turn in all cylinders. Because we're missing one. No idea where we'll get that. Oops. Yeah, we checked this area pretty thoroughly. I think we had found a connecting passage out of here previously, going to the right side. That was where the bile water drop was. Down below. Yeah, this always seems suspicious that we never found a way to connect through here, even though we'd been to that room to the right of it. It did seem strange, like we were supposed to open a passage there, I think, and find a way back in. Okay, up we go. Yeah, after trying out some of the other weapons, you do notice how much slower Reaper is, and that we've become accustomed to its slow speed from using it all game. Anyway, let's get back across and down to the cocoon, and then after we grab it, we'll get out of here and try something else, like maybe inspecting Verdania. Yeah, so this area here. Up To the left. I'm surprised that we didn't find a connecting passage that would break open that corridor that collapsed in the adjoining room. Because it seemed like such an obvious thing that would be an opening. But I guess not. We'll drop down here instead. We'll grab the cocoon and we'll just go. And then, you know what? We have pretty big kills budget at this point. We better pop some of them with the mirror, perhaps. Yeah, that feels a little more familiar. To be picking up silk that way. So yeah, I don't know if there was anything else to check in this room. Maybe not. Apart from lots of enemies. Right side here, let's check. I don't remember what this was. This area here, that's potentially interesting. Let's find up first. Wow, that goes really quickly. We should actually drill it. Oh. Getting a little risky here. Nope. Getting too risky here. We better just get out. Hey, spirit. Here we go. Trying to see if we missed anything obvious. Alright, if not, let's head back up. Let's hit a bench. Still getting used to how much silk we're getting back. Okay, next thing to consider will probably be checking for Dania once again. We did check the right side of Greymoor pretty carefully to see if there were any additional openings or interactions. The other thing possibly is if there's a connection from the Weave Nest up top in Botwater, although... yeah, I think maybe if we pop into Verdania itself, maybe there's something we can do. So let's go back to the Beltway. And then which is the port we're taking? It would have to be Greymoor. Because we had poked around that whole passage earlier. I don't know, maybe something will change about the Green Prince now when we go back, because the Green Prince was previously just kind of in that location, and Obviously, sometimes when we leave NPCs alone for a bit and we go back, some date change will happen. Yeah, sometimes it's just a matter of talking to the right NPCs, just like how we found the previous mask shard that was located in Brightvein from talking to Pinstress when she was in that location. And we found so many other things just by talking to New for the various boss clues along the way. So sometimes I think we just need to have more conversations with the NPCs, and they do tend to point us to new things we should be checking. Just not always, and we don't really know how hidden the remaining objects will be. But if it really feels like we're making no headway, we may try to approach the presumptive finale sequence to see if there's something going on there. Again, we don't know if that will fill in the final map zone or if we're still just missing map zone somewhere up here. And we'll hit this bench. Oh, right, whiteboard. We still want to check that too. That's the other thing I wanted to go back to. If we can't seem to progress into Verdania or Verdania here. Okay, that's taking way too many hits. That's okay. We know we've got a bench coming soon, so. And we're loaded on silk, so we can actually use that protectively if we can. So Green Prince is still here. No more Talk Warrior. Prevent me this final moment of memorial. And we had played the song here previously. Let's go back to that bench though. This is a vast open location here. We just don't know what to do with it. Like if we rise out of here, then that hit nothing. Maybe we were off center, perhaps. We should try all parts of this location just to be sure. There's a bit of light streaming out of this part. Really suspicious just given how much space this takes on the map. That I just feel like there's a whole upper area we haven't been able to approach. There's encampment over here. We can't seem to pop anything open. Is this something? No. So we hit this dead end. I want to retrace a bit. Nope. See if we can reveal much of anything. Let's just do this again, even if we reload something nearby. Hey, let's check. It just spikes over to the left here, and trying to see if anything looks suspicious. tried ascending through these locations. Location. There's the bench location there. I thought this looked like an opening where the light was coming in, but it was not.
That's fine.
Don't exactly know what he's saying here. What if we tried the elegy though? Because isn't it? I mean, this is a memorial, right? So maybe we can see something like past Verdania or something, and have new passages open that were previously unavailable. Because that would be in keeping with how it worked in the Coral Tower. Let's try it. Oh, something's definitely happening, right? Yeah, because after a bit of dialogue with him, we got to see that effect. Okay, so this is how you progress then. Kind of like how in the far fields we got past that gate and with the Coral Tower. Now, presumably, though, if it works like it does or did with the Crust King, then maybe we have a fight with the Green Prince's companion. Let's see what this will be. So yeah, it looks like we get to see more of Verdania in its former glory, and indeed we get to fill in this. So now that accounts for this zone, kind of like we did with the tower. So, Green Prince, what are we going to talk about this time? The myth we made by grace, by blade. All bowed before we, Princes Green. Yeah, he and his dance partner. All born free before they were adapted into cogwork. Before their patterns were appropriated. Spread tall, but forest stones watch green. Peace earned by claw. Paths lost in shade. Teeming, thriving. Now, given that we're inside the elegy as well, like, I wonder if it means that we have infinite tools budget. Also, am I allowed to step in this? Yes, I am. No harm. It's not like the acidic pools. Ooh, Lost Verdania. The acidic pools in the first game. Okay, so this gives me a few points. Is that temporary, though? They retract. This looks like... I mean, if you're able to bounce up here, it looks like you're probably able to bounce further. Let me check this. Not really, but maybe there's something on this side I'm supposed to tap. Or maybe this just teaches you the mechanic. Anything down here? We should check. This reminds you of Green Path from the first game the most. Yeah, it does. It's a particular shade of green, I think. But just the ambience of it. So there is an unadvertised elegy interaction, which is exactly what we were looking for. Now, presumably, we can go back to the same bench. Give it... Oh. Never mind. Can we play for this? Yes. And then what happens? Looks like there's something glowing inside. For shoot and sheath and blade. What if we play the elegy here, though? We play an elegy inside the elegy? All born free. Paths lost in shade. Oh, we just popped that. Interesting. It gives you a trail. Is this timed? Ah, yes, it reaches the end of the path, so it looks like it's a timed interaction. We need to bounce on top of that one enemy. And But then I no longer have that enemy to work with. Let's see. Maybe I needed to grapple across. Maybe we can... I don't know if we can do them out of order. If it would follow the pitch. Oh no, we have a platform here. Okay. Didn't even see this. Because then we can just grapple up like that. Alright. Let's do it. See what we collect. Oh, except we would need to come back here. And then we would... Yeah, we need to rethink the path there. Come on. Nope, too late. Fumbled that a bit. What do we get for our trouble? I guess we go back to the statue and find out. Anything? Nothing. Okay. That's interesting. I guess whatever that was disappeared elsewhere. Maybe we'll see the relevance of what we just did as we progress a bit further. Like maybe this was a key for something else we needed to do. Oh, we need to activate this. Wonder what other elegy interactions we might be missing. Oh. I guess we do need to take them out. We're still technically on the Verdania map. You know, we're not really budget constrained with tools right now. Regardless of whether we're still in the dream, we were full up on all the currency anyway, so... Oops, interrupted. Yeah, that was a bit rough. Oh, something trying to snap at me here. I wonder if we could have hit that with something. But we can. Let's hit that. Oh. Maybe even drill into it. Just watch it come out. Yeah, we can drill into it, but I bounced off of it when I did so you couldn't sustain the drill. Drill does give you a downward attack at least. Well, let's try to take it out so we can log it in the book. Gotta be something. Better to do downward swipe so we can get silk off of it, actually. Here we go. We did in fact log it. Nufar. Predatory plant with powerful jaws shaped to resemble a lily pad. Yeah, so potentially we could fill in quite a few slots here. Well, that explains the biggest omission in the book. At this point, I do wonder if maybe we do map the abyss at the end of it all, but... Oh, there's a note further on this side. Up first or down first? Up first. Now, given that we're still in the dream zone of sorts, I wonder if we at any point get a bench. Because we're traversing quite... Oh! Did I just get myself into a group fight? We better get some silk back before things get too wild around here. No. Down. So did we exit a dream completely? I think we might. Yeah. We haven't really mapped that yet. But maybe we can map it if we go to the bench. I want to check. I wonder if any of what we just traversed was actually mappable. Even if it's as a distant memory. Oops. And yeah, so we do have the infinite tools budget in the dream. So. Put the whole drill back. So, is it mapped? Yes, it is, which is great. Because it also shows that there was an additional passage to the left initially that we did not manage to check. So, we'll go back to it. So that's the incentive to come back to this bench, is that you get the map that way instead. Whoops. Here we go. Okay, let's play again. Okay, so we go up, and then there's the passage to the left that we should check. Didn't catch those. Right, we have to go up first. And was it on this level that we up, down, and go left? There we go. Oh, it looks like there was a passage here that maybe could be broken. There we go. So, shortcuts open. What else do we have down here? Whoops, let's not uppercut into that thing. This just goes back up to this location, which is similar to where we were, but a bit lower, right? Yeah, because we previously taken out a fight here. Oh, there's a pedestal on this side. Interesting. Because, yeah, we're off the previous room that we were at on the map. I guess if we finished a big group fight, then we get onto this pedestal here and unlock the door. We found this passage here instead. This looks like a point where we can ascend. Or not. Interesting. Not. What if we're down here? Nope, nothing to hit. So that's some kind of big drop from up above that is completely open, it seems. Let's go back to the left. We'll do bottom first. See how everything connects. Dash around quite a bit. Okay, pop that one. Not entirely safely, but... Oh, I see. It's another platforming challenge here. Another node collection challenge, it seems. So yeah, I guess the way we go through this zone is we'll just have to... Wow, they dash around so quickly. Hang on. Nope, got caught. Well, we'll need to get rid of them in order to get through that room. We should go back to the bench to map some more. So we saw that lower passage. Obviously we should activate that and get through more of that zone. Oops, should have grappled over it. That's okay. I actually think we should have considered going to Threadstorm with this, actually. Again, some of the fast-moving enemies that close in on us like that. But we'll see. Okay. Alright, so let's take some of these out properly this time and not take too much punishment along the way. Also, next time we should switch out a drill. The drill's not doing much for me here. Need more weapons at range. More traps, probably. Would be great. Yeah, traps would make sense here. Whoop. So too close. Should have let the attack go down first. Okay, one down. Try to control the other. They do have a readable movement pattern to them, like this a triangle pattern that they do. You can see the likeness to the Cogwork Dancers as well in terms of those really quick straight lines of movement. And then what's the continuation here? Nope, too slow. Slow. If we hadn't whiffed that one grapple, we would have made it. There we go. So something else has been popped. So I guess we just find as many of those locations as we can and see what we can do with them. we better be safe here because we're getting a little bit low on silk and health. Let's try to swipe in a little more accurately. Just gonna tap some other enemy here at this point too. Maybe get some silk going. There we go. Is that a mossberry? I mean, we're in a dream, though. I don't think we can actually collect that as such. We know that apparently more mossberries do exist in the world, but just haven't really had the opportunity to find them. Yeah, it is breakable. Oh, that's something. This is breakable though. Let's redo this. Well, we'll scout the location first. Obviously, we need to grapple over this way. Okay, that's another one. We'll just pop all the ones we come across, and presumably that opens us something else for us to see later. Down here. What's over here? Just gonna get hit by everything, it seems. Oh, that's new. Let's see if we can get up here. What is this? Another one of these locations. Let's clear the area. Oh, Green Princess here and following the trail. Here the trail of the stag touched pale. We hunted her, felled her as none before were able. Proof it became of her majesty, mark of a divine right. Ah, curious. I guess we follow that. Well, let's see what becomes of this path first. That's simple enough. Is it going to tell me anything more? Stones wash green. Something's really glowing over there. Has lost in shade. All born brave. Something was really glowing in response. Just trying to get some silk back here. So this trail might lead to something that they were hunting. Deep in their memory. Oh, that's gotta be it. That big creature that we just saw. That looked plausibly pale. Trail leads to the right, but thought we'd check this location first. And, oh, that actually gives you silk. Okay, didn't realize that. Oh, pale stag. Okay, so this is actually a fight. That's a lot to deal with. I guess we... Let's see. Okay, they just go straight. They don't really track you. But we're getting hit quite a bit here. Okay, Just need to get out from time to time. This really ports around quite a bit, though. Yeah, it's just straight horizontal, so... Well, actually, no, they do track down a little bit. Let's be careful. I need some silk pack for heals, more than anything. Oh, got caught like crazy. It's a pretty long trail back here if we don't manage to survive this bit, so let's map that location first. Oops. Come on, get out of here. Just pop him this way. I just want the map. Okay, so there was that central column that goes up. There was something over to the right as well. So yeah, for the pale stack, it looks like we kind of wrapped around, and it looks like there's a passage. I see. So after you go for the pale stag, then that's where you get into the drop where we couldn't ascend. And Red Knight, welcome. Just filling in a surprising number of new discoveries here. So yeah, we'd want to make it back up to the Pale Stag a little more safely. Maybe check some of the other locations along the way as well, but let's got that. Okay, so I guess we could wrap around to the Pale Stag. We could also check what that central column is, or possibly the rooms to the right. Interesting that it still marks a location as having a bench. I thought certainly in the lost version of this we don't see such a thing, because that was just this location here where we had the little speed challenge earlier. Maybe we can open up some shortcuts back up. I mean, I did open a shortcut earlier. Hang on. I did open the shortcut on this side. Oh yeah, that's what this left side was for. That's this bit that was nothing previously, but now is the passage that gets us through. We can continue to map this out a little bit. Oh, right. No, this was the big group fight that we need to do to open up this connecting passage. Well, we can do that, or we can do the stag first. Either way, we have 2 combat gates, effectively. And that we'll want to poke around with. And yeah, I can't go up that way. Oh. It looks like we do need to wrap around the hole around here. Oh. We know we can get silk off of these, so. We actually checked the left side in this room. I think we had. Yeah, we had. Or did we? Yes, that's the way up. That's why. Had I checked the right side, though? Or did I come up here immediately earlier? Right, no, that's where we unlocked another one of those speed gates. If it is a gate, or you know, whatever it was we collected off of that. I feel like it's probably one of those things where we hit multiple nodes and then, whoops. That gives us progress elsewhere in the map. Through some kind of luck. So yeah, we entered Green Prince's memories of hunting the pale stag, it seems. Oops. Oh, that's good. We'll just drop a heal. Grab some silk. Get back into it. So it's just a whole lot of dodging. It looks of it. Oh, whoops. Shouldn't swipe into that. And then somebody just need to swipe into that. And just tap it a little bit at a time. No, we're making contact much at a time. Not always. Oops. Should actually grapple into it sometimes as well. Oh, almost dodged that, but not quite. Oh, that's a lot more to dodge now, so. Just port right through that. That was oddly satisfying. Tuck down below. Nope, we better heal up soon. Oh, shouldn't have double jumped that one. Yeah, you need to watch the pattern. We almost have no silk for heal. We need to get out. Ooh, it's not looking good. Feels like we're potentially in late phase. Whoops, got chopped. Nope, couldn't jump on that. Here we go. Projectiles disappear. Let's stand out of the way. What do we get for the pale stag? What are these nodes? What are they for? Thank you for the GG. Well, we opened up something to the left. That's just a drop back down though, right? So I guess we hit a lot of those glowing nodes. We don't even know what they're for still, so. Hail stag, fabled first clover stag of Verdania's wilds, commands the grass and leaves to aid its attack. Myth made real in memory, the creature seemed completely at one with the flora around it. Did it ever truly exist, as I have seen it? Okay, still have a few things to fill in from this section, presumably. I mean, presumably, since we're going into memory, that we'll wind up facing the Green Prince's dance partner, but we'll see how that goes when we get to it. Let's try to survive first, otherwise we'll be getting back here from the bench. But for now, we'll attempt to wrap around, and I'm not really ready to do that combat gate in our current state. We can keep exploring. Oh, missing everything here. So we can build up some silk for a heal, that would be immediately beneficial. Yeah, if we can build up enough silk to just get healed up again, then we can think about attempting that. Lovely foreground and background effects here. We just need to fight these properly. They are not simple to read. They do kind of indicate the direction of movement, though. Like they kind of show by their pose where they're going to lunge, except sometimes they drop down like that and take us by surprise. I think we're going to lose these. They are very difficult to catch. Okay, so let's head up and maybe check one of those other locations. And yeah, Red Knight are very fast boys. Oop. Let's just try to uncover more of the map first, and that'll at least be beneficial in the short term. Let's just run past that one. Oh, no, he's gonna catch me. That's okay. I don't think I really mapped anything new that time, but we'll check the map. Actually, I don't think I mapped a single new room in that loop that we did just now, so let's just get back into it. Yeah, there's a very slight visual hint that after the dialogue you see that pulsating movement on the screen for a moment, and well, we figured out that this was one of the elegy locations. I wonder if there are more, given how situational the song seems to be, but I mean, it's an elegy. I guess in every circumstance we were using it in an act of mourning. Yeah, we do have to go up this way. Nothing off that ceiling. You know what, let's just skip these. Might need them for the journal eventually, but oh. There's stuff in here. Oh, trying to go claw mirror against him, that did not work. That's okay. Doesn't mean that we blue thrall or a silk for nothing, but we'll get it back. So what? We don't take too much damage first. Okay, so this room to the right we didn't see. Maybe it's another speed challenge here. Oh, Green Prince again. These waters at Land's Edge and a shrine atop, or furtive escape, a brief retreat from rule. So many moments spent simple, joyful, free. So yeah, we get to see his memory of the entire kingdom here. I mean, good thing we let him out of that cage, right? Ooh, that's a big one. Should bounce on top of it a bit more here. Inspect, we'll do that in a moment. Let me just see you further here first. Sure, let's inspect it. When the 3 fonts weep, our sacred shrine shall rise. So, we did pop it out, didn't we? Or, well, I guess that's the location that we're aiming for when we are trying to unlock all of the different fonts. That's not a bench. Oh, maybe it is a bench. Oh, I see. No, it's one of the 3 that you need to hit to raise the shrine. Now, I feel like maybe we should go back to the combat gate first when we have the opportunity to do so, but we'll see about this area first. Oh, missed. That's fine. Might as well bounce this one out of the way if we can. Get some silk going. Oh, missed it. No silk, actually. Can't just grapple onto every single one. We do need to just tap some of those normally. That's a little higher than I was able to reach. Okay. Wait a minute. Why don't we just do this instead? Oh, that's why we don't do that instead. Unless I have a way to cut it off. Oh. Actually rescued by that for a moment. There we go. And then we have one more that we need to activate. Oh. Hit the left side, I guess. In case we can float towards anything in particular. Like over here. That's just where we came in though, right? When 3 fonts rise, we got 2. Now, could we possibly have missed one in the course of doing all that? Well, let's see if there was anything we missed along the way. Oh, that looks like something on the right. I don't think we checked that location. You were saying there was a nice save. Oh, earlier on when we were bopping about over the enemy up top. Yeah, good thing we had a silk for that. I'm still missing one of the silk hearts to get a bit more regeneration going, which seems necessary. I wonder if there's a way to cancel out of the upward harpoon, because if there is, then yeah, you can actually dash out of it before you hit the top, which well, I thought we could. Hang on. Okay, so let me just practice this. It's actually the jump button that does it. So we actually could have just harpooned up top as long as we made our escape before hitting the spike ceiling, which if we do it that way, then we can down, but then it's to the right side that we want to go anyway, right? So yeah, we can just do that and drop to the right. Oh, that was a bit close. So that's going to be the last one, and then that's going to open up the passage. Presumably. So now we can activate this. So what's happening here? There we go. Oh, it's one of the bell shrines. So do we get a bench for it? Or is that something else? It's not a bench. I mean, we're sort of in the dream, so I guess we're not getting a bench. Lift your voices, know our grace. So we played a song. Activate everything here. Ah, okay, so we collect all these. So, yeah. So this is one of the notes that we need. Ooh, something shiny just happened. So I guess maybe we got all the ones we needed. And I guess maybe everything just unlocks something going up the central column. Now, we do still need to do that fight that will unlock the connecting passage. And it may or may not give me something critical in its own right. Let's get back over, though. Float back down to this area with the prince. Anything new to sing to us here? For shoot and sheath, blade, past lost in shade, teeming, thriving, all born free. Okay. Well, at least we've finally resolved much of the mystery of this zone. Kind of interesting that Biowater still has that corner to it, the square corner to it, in spite of the fact that we actually have explored more of the bottom right. That it still takes that shape on the map. I guess because it doesn't count the weave nest. Yeah, I'm still wondering if I'm still missing one mappable zone because we don't have the achievement for it. Unless it's the abyss that becomes mappable now that the waypoint is actually down there at the bottom. Alright, we're likely going to lose when I get into the next fight, but we'll do it. Try to make it there safely first. Might even just lose to this stuff here. Oh, yeah. It's getting pretty dangerous, and that's okay. We'll just go back to that area the long way. Let's check the map. Even though I think we just had that one room at the end we just now. Whoops. Bit sloppy. So yeah, just a central passage. Again, we should do the fight, open the connection points, and then see about the central column, which it looks like we've just been steadily progressing towards with all of the shining light that we've been sending in that direction. Okay, now let's continue. Oh no, we do want to go right side so we can open that gate from that direction. Oh. Skip. Nope. We didn't really skip. Oh, you know what? We can do that. Just let environmental damage do its job. Amazing how that works. Okay, let's try to get back to the central area. Oh, you know what? That works too. Just let me get chomped. So there's this whole upper area here. Let's be careful and see what that's all about, I guess. See, so this can be entered. We don't want to do that yet. I think we want to open the connecting gate down below first. That's just my hunch. But this is something different as well. This is something new. Oh. That was not on the map. Oh, even more lights. We should be fumbling through this without taking care of these ones first. Oh. There we go. Much better. So yeah, everything seems to be going towards the house, and that we just steadily sent more lights there, because it's possible that the big group fight will also give me more lights to work with. do this. Oh. Whoa. Yeah, this is tearing me apart quickly. That's not working out very well. Let's do it again.
Nesvir.
We get back to the room cleanly, but you know, even so, at nearly full resources. Whoops! Oh, didn't mean to bind that. Even at full resources, we're having some issues. We're just being taken down quickly. But yeah, if we open up the passage, then that will give us a cleaner shortcut back to that rise up the central column, which is going to lead us into that house, which I get the sense that that's going to be the capstone fight of this zone. Because otherwise we do need to take a longer route back, and regardless I want to do that fight anyway, just for the sake of accomplishing it. Well, we'd be able to hit the spike ceiling over here like we did in that other room, but... Oh, whoops, hang on. Like, over here perhaps? It doesn't hit at all, actually. Oh, this was the one that we just killed with environmental damage earlier. Wow, he hit so hard. Yeah, no wonder there's a strong incentive to do the shortcut, so you just don't have to get through this one every time if you can avoid it. We've got silk. Let's get in more silk we can. Nope, I didn't realize it would do 2 mass, otherwise it would have just healed there while we were at full silk and easily had the opportunity to do so. I was actually trying to bait that into a trap again like last time, but... didn't really do so very successfully. Whoop, stand closer. Anyway, back in we go. Oh, keep running into this guy. Anyway, the other one that comes here, we should actually take him out. And properly. Save some tools for the big fight, though. Perhaps. Let's get some silk back for this. If we can, enough for a heal. And yeah, Red Knight, you were saying Curse of the Anklets, but no way going back to not wearing them. Oh, in terms of the speed boost that we have currently and running into things everywhere. But yeah, I was without the anklets for a good part of the stream today because we were of course picking up the Shaman and Witch Crest for the first time, and that left me without them, but did take some getting used to. There we go. Yeah, we'll get into a fight itself and then go from there. I think that would work a lot better. Although, no, we might need to pop this immediately and then get Silk off the first few enemies we fight. That makes more sense. Charge up and then try to swipe some immediately. They're too fast for me to go deliberately into Claw Mirror, I think, but traps would actually work so much better for this, I think. Just need to watch their pattern. They do telegraph where they're going, but it's just a little difficult to see. Okay, spear there works. Whoops. That works too. Somewhat. Saved by the dice. Always appreciate it. Nope. Nope. Nope, missed it. Taking a bit of a risk to spend a silk on the spear instead, but I feel like we need to. There we go, that's the end. Good. Okay. That was a good risk then. Yeah, and then that way we open up this passage such that if we need to repeat, we can come through here instead. This fight seems like it's going to stay down. Let's check the ceiling. Then we go up the central column, but then we hopefully just don't have nearly as much to deal with. Hopefully. Did I beat the Ant Lady? Yes, I did. If you mean Scarsinger Carmelita. It took me 3.5 hours. It was by far the hardest fight we've done in this game. And also, I actually beat her with a throwing ring right as I took fatal damage. And luckily it counted because I finished the fight on 0 masks. It's just that thankfully my kill took priority. Unlike what happened with the last judge. So yeah, descriptive as I tied the fight, but it was ruled in my favor. Otherwise we could have been there quite a bit longer, I think. You know what, let's heal. Let's heal, I said, and the guy just dives on top of me. Alright. That's okay, we opened a shortcut, that's the important thing. Let's keep going. Oh, actually, you know what? No, let's map this first, since we may have completed as much as we know exists there, including that side room that we didn't previously see as being available. So yeah, it was a great finish, actually. Very memorable. It's actually the third fight I've had in this game where we essentially ended in a tie. But yeah, we'd been really coasting along with boss fights for a while prior to that. I mean, in Act 3, flea juggling took me a while. It took me about 2 hours, I think, to really get down. The plasmified apprentice to the alchemist took me a little while because that was just a straight damage check and we were going pretty high risk with that, so that took me about 2 hours. But then, other than that, we hadn't really had a roadblock fight in quite a while in this game. And, you know, not even since middle of Act 2, maybe, with the whole water sequence after Grohl, perhaps. So, yeah, definitely. Felt like quite the difficulty spike, too. Grind out the Carmelita fight, and, you know, you're given full resources, you're given an instant respawn, you've got everything at your disposal, and you just need to dodge properly in the fight. Zero Six you were saying the Scar Society were always strong. Yeah, you know, catching us into traps, jumping us all over the place. There is kind of this consistent pattern, too. The tribes with the most robust culture of musicianship being the ones that were perhaps most resistant to both the Silk and the Void. Yeah, the scope and pacing of this game has been really interesting to witness. Because the thing about the original Hollow Knight, right, is that, you know, by Metroid standards, it just feels like an absolutely massive game where I think one of the reasons that I took so much to the original Hollow Knight was because it was the one thing in the genre that kind of felt like discovering Super Metroid's map for the first time, in spite of the fact that Hollow Knight was objectively about 3 or 4 times longer, right, on a first play. And then Silksong comes along, and Silksong feels like discovering Hollow Knight for the first time, where, you know, you have that sense of vastness the way you remember it, although objectively, again, it is 3 or 4 times longer on the first play. So what does that mean for someday, a game that sort of feels like it will finally replicate the vastness of Silksong? Does that mean that we're looking into something on the scope of Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom, except in 2D form, where you're dealing with, you know, a 300-hour run or something? Oh, look, this is one note that we missed. Actually, didn't even check this one earlier, so we should do it. It seems like maybe it's one of those situations where I don't know how many of the nodes are strictly required, but we should obviously be catching all of the ones that we can. Here we go. Yeah, Red Knight, you said you struggled with the Coral Gauntlet, though King Coral wasn't a problem for you. It's kind of interesting. I had the opposite experience. I had an easy time with the Gauntlet. But as with Crawfather, with Coral Tower and Crawfather, I think Double Claw Mirror absolutely wrecking the big ensemble fights was a major factor for me. 06, you're saying, well, Crust King was originally supposed to be the last judge's role. Do you mean within the story of the game? Because I did find in Blasted Steps the panel that tells you about the last judge, right? Yeah, coral area was the blasted steps and sands of Karg, but it dried up. Yeah, exactly. Well, similar to what we have here in Redania. Why do we even take this path? We unlocked the whole shortcut path for a reason. But I guess we found that one node that we didn't hit. I'll just have to redo this at this point. Yeah, but even if you take the shortcut path to the left, you still need to deal with some of these enemies on the way up. That's okay. At least we actually discovered some new material and eventually made this worthwhile. Let's try not to die to this guy. We probably will. Let's enter. Oh, you mean in the game's development? Okay, so... if you're saying the Crust King was supposed to be the last judge's role... Oh, right, because then I guess originally you would have progressed through the coral area, and then the last judge, once you... not the last judge, rather, but once you pass through the Crust King, that would be the boss that gates off the ascent into the Citadel. If that's what you mean. I didn't know that there was so much that was already known about the game's development, but I guess it's based on things like comparison to the old trailers and so on, right? Because one thing that I recently saw in what had come up on YouTube for me was... oh, slides over. We should check this upper area first. Was the original pre-release trailer for Hollow Knight back in 2017, and it's absolutely fascinating because so much of it is not actually in the final game. It changed dramatically from what we knew it to be at the end. Now with Silksong, that's not surprising if people are finding points of comparison like that in the old trailers. Let me finish this thought first and we'll talk to the Green Prince. Given that, you know, the game has been so substantially developed further since it was first shown back in 2019, it'll be interesting after I finish the game to go back to some of that footage, like go back to the Silksong trailer and the first 2019 showing to see what is or isn't familiar. Again, to see this land abandoned and betrayed. In a throne I could not sit alone. Yeah, they have to be there as a pair of dancers, I guess. You immortal bugs caught beneath a being pale. Devotion or destruction. These are the only fates my kind allow. Feel guilty of your absence, sir, but know the end was inexorable, the outcome set, whether you remained or not. Do not seek to console me, warrior. This memory is mine alone. I'll not brook your brutish intrusion. Is he going to try to cast us out of here with a fight? Yeah, you who dare trespass this sacred chamber, ready yourself to see us and know us. Redania has ruled us together in our finest form. Now, if we lose, of course, we'll look at the other passage on the right side that we didn't actually explore properly. Okay. Clover dancers. So I guess it works like cogwork. Except we'll watch the pattern. So it's essentially like Cogwork 2. Oh, that's new. Except we don't want to land like that. Yeah, a bit more of a complicated pattern, but... okay, before we get back in that room then, we're going to explore that other column that was off to the side. Or did we? Because... actually, I'm trying to remember now because I was busy talking while doing that. I think there was a part of that area that we didn't explore before we approached the prince. There was the part where we got the silk off of the berries. But I think there was another area there that we didn't actually traverse properly, so... we'll see. MKW Joseph, welcome. So yeah, 06i, it'll be interesting where they go with post-release support with this game. I'm sure there's some degree of interest in that, given the way that the Godmaster Pantheon and so on substantially extended the amount of stuff you could do in the first one. But at the same time, you know, I'm looking at the scope of this game, and it's kind of like how Tears of the Kingdom, for instance, never received any DLC, and I was absolutely fine with that, because the game was just so staggeringly complete that, apart from maybe Master Mode or something, there was nowhere they could go with that, I think. It just felt as complete as a video game could possibly be at launch, and given the scope of what we see here in Silksong, I get that sense as well that, you know, obviously it would be continuous with the first game to have something like Godmaster or the Grim Troop, but I'm not sure it's a game that needs it. You know, it's a luxury to have that, but this is such a massively robust experience already, kind of like they had years of DLC plans just kind of rolled into the release, and they held off the release date until they got everything in here as part of this unified progression at launch. Joseph, do I sometimes play an online Scrabble tournament at this time? So, the group that I play with typically is on Sundays, be it morning for, like early morning for NA, or kind of afternoon for EU. They do the 12-round group every month or so, approximately, usually near the end of the month. I don't know if they're doing it this month because that would conflict with Bugelvark, the big online tournament that's also being run. They also run a shorter 6-round group in approximately the same time slot, but I had not really been streaming that previously. I might start joining in on that, because my schedule's changed enough recently that I'm not doing weekends in quite the same way as I was before. In that I'm no longer able to run, you know, super long streams in the kind of Saturday to Sunday slot nowadays, but for things like the 12-round tournament, I tried to make an exception. So yeah, it looks like this was all that was available for us to explore. The drop down here just took you over to the other berry location. We got in here. Oh, interesting. That... Right, this just sent you back to the entrance of zone here. Okay, let's go back up. But yeah, I try to get in on the monthly 12-round group when they run it, once every 2 months or so. So I'm hoping we'll have more Scrabble broadcasts. Okay, so that's interesting, that we came into home this way, but that there's an exit that takes you back out of the dream, potentially this way, if perhaps you don't want to fight. Or is it? It looks like an exit. We're joy together. But then we probably don't want to exit, because then we'd have to do the whole passage back up, right? Unless there's a passage that allows you to travel directly to this fight, which, well, let's see. I don't know if maybe you can use that to create a shortcut directly to the fight or something. Oh. Nope. Okay. Actually, yeah, so the shade there can't be hit. We have to hit Green Prince. Like, we can't hit the shade target. So Which makes me wonder, because I was so convinced that we actually have to fight the Green Prince's companion instead. But... oh, bad spot to stand for that. Whoops. Okay, now we're in trouble. Okay. Yeah, you kind of tap with the grapple there. That actually stalls the attack as well. Nope. Should have gotten out of that instead of trying to tap. MK Joseph, reading anything good at the moment? Yeah. Intermittently through the year, I've actually been going through all of the original Ian Fleming Bond, in fact, and I was recently getting through some of the shorts, including some of the material that was never adapted to film. And those are really fascinating to look at, especially if you kind of have a certain distance from the brand identity that's been built up over the cinematic franchise, and get a clear-eyed look at the original material as its own thing. So that's the most notable thing for me recently. Now let's get over here. Yeah, it seems like a long run back, and maybe I should have taken that port out the side. Oh, we also had the shortcut that I created for myself that I totally forgot about. Hang on. It seems like a long run back because I totally forgot about my shortcut. But maybe if we're kind of down in health anyway, we should check to make sure if we actually could establish a shortcut by exiting the dream through that later location. What was it? Yeah, we go up here. I need to actually pay attention sometimes on the run-backs. This game in general, actually, I think, has been pretty gentle with the run-backs. The two exceptions being the Last Judge and, of course, the Bile Water run up to Grohl. Because, you know, I mean, the Bile Water one's huge, particularly if you don't know where the second bench is, but even the Last Judge run, you know, it feels completely in keeping with something like Soul Master in the first game. And so... yeah, Joseph, you're saying you've read a few of those before, but it's been a while since you read one. Yeah, I'd read a few of them before as well, but I hadn't really kind of gone through it in the chronological sequence before. And just top to bottom. So, if you come over here... okay, so that's not actually an exit, then. You don't exit the dream this way. But you get to hear them sing. Maybe eventually you exit here once you've defeated them. Wasn't there one additional berry location to get silk? Let's check that. It was here, right? Yeah. And yeah, Joseph, do let me know if you've also been going through anything really interesting recently. I'm just glad I've sort of restored my ability to read at all this year, because I had a pretty long lapse from formerly being a really heavy reader to having a few years, especially after COVID, and just kind of having my pace completely drop off. Part of it just from being on Twitch a lot, part of it just from, you know, I think I'm not the only one who, I think, after the whole pandemic disruption, found that despite all the theoretically added time that one had that was actually harder to get through books. And I've also just been much busier with a lot of other things in general, so... Whoops. Oh, no, missed a grapple point. Yeah, so you can grapple, like harpoon out of that to interrupt it. And let's try to find a good healing point. That was not a good healing point. Almost missed that. But you can get a good amount of silk off of that if you find a good timing for it. I did find your original Cogwork Dancers fight pretty easy, so you would think that if we just understand how the pattern reading works, it just can't be that much worse. And indeed, it seems to have stabilized quite a bit on this attempt. So, what now? Phase 2. Okay, so now they stagger, and then... Oh. Did that a bit early. Okay, at least we found a good healing opportunity. Let's get around this time. Okay, good. Yeah, the thing is, you don't get hit too much. You can build up a lot of silk quite nicely in this fight. You just need to read it rhythmically and... Oh, got caught. Okay, there's a bit of a landing impact there that we need to watch out for. But there's a very clear healing opportunity in this phase, which is, if anything, easier to read than in the first phase. Oh, that hit. Is that it? That's it. Oh, and you get the same kind of animation. But then, does that mean that we took out the Green Prince? If we entered Green Prince's dream and then seemingly absorbed a heart to dance in love and end together. Lamenter, we got an achievement for that. Okay. Let's pick this up. The conjoined heart. It beats sharp and clear. So, but we don't need any additional hearts, right, for it. Was this then like sort of an additional heart that you could have picked up for the quest? But it can be displayed in the home, so I guess we'll take it to the home. So that's interesting that you can get additional hearts beyond the ones that you had for the main quest in Bone Bottom. Anyway, Joseph, you said you had Casino Royale and Live and Let Die at home, and you had aspirations of reading the whole series, but you just read other things instead. Yeah, it's one of those things where, you know, I don't usually do series sort of top to bottom either. I tend to float between authors, one book to the next, but this year I just thought it would be a fun project to do and ease myself back into a decent reading regimen again. And you just finished reading the Forsyte Saga by John Galsworthy. Yeah, do let me know how that was. I have not really read much of Galsworthy myself. I know that I've come across like a decent amount of commentary about him because it was a time, you know, if you look at a lot of things that are contemporaneous to the 1930s, when you could get a sense of how prestigious an author he was considered then in ways that might have dropped off a little bit since. Okay, let's see if I have my timeline kind of correctly remember here. So we dropped out of Verdania here. Interesting that, yeah, so this section here is no longer accessible. It seems it's all closed off. But there was nothing else to collect here apart from Pale Stag, I guess, which was added to the log. Well, I guess we should go back to Belhart and display this. And I'll see whether I want to get anything else done today. I know I wanted to check White Ward again to see if we can do something about that keyhole. Because we had retraversed part of White Ward last time while looking for the Surgeon. That turned out to be the Surgeon in Greymoor instead. Oh, you know what? Let's go back for a moment here. So yeah, we claimed the heart here. Let me just take a look at this again. And yeah, so now we kind of laid the Green Prince to rest beside his companion. So it was the Green Prince's dream that we were entering, hence that sequence unfolded. I wasn't quite sure because at first, by analogy with what happened with the Crust King, I thought we were maybe sort of reviving the reality of the Green Prince's companion instead, but no. It should have been clear from all the encounters with the Green Prince inside the dream, or inside the remembrance, that it was actually the Prince's memory we were dealing with. So that seems to conclude the Green Prince's story that began so long ago with the simple key in the Sinner's Road. So we've resolved a good number of things today. What's that groaning sound? Is that just one of the craw enemies again? Yeah, it is. I wonder what we had incidentally filled in everything in the journal for this section. Yeah, so this was all Lost Verdania, everything here. And Clover Dancers, dual princes of old Verdania, beloved by their subjects for their grace and for the ballet of death they delivered upon outsiders. But one to love another so similar to themselves as selfless or vain. But yeah, not too difficult to put together once we read the pattern. In fact, I kind of felt like once their movement was staggered, that was actually easier to deal with than when their movement was simultaneous, because then I could find a very clear healing window at that point. It does make me wonder again, at this point, since we filled this in and we also filled in the big gap that was left by the crest tower, what then remains? Not very many spots, actually. We're 9 spots away from completing all discoveries in the journal in their entirety. Which again makes me wonder, which zone is it that we haven't mapped? Well, given the waypoint here, I think maybe it's possible to assume that it's actually the Abyss itself that we haven't mapped. And that it becomes mappable in a way that was not the case in the first visit. But the only way to find that out is to get down there and check. So I think what we'll do is I'm going to take one more pass at White Ward once we've ported back to Belhart to install the heart. Oh, come on. Get out of here. I'm trying to call the Bell Beastlings. Also, do we even get a percentage point out of that? Let's take a look here. No, it's still at 93. And again, while we've been doing everything sort of completely unguided up to this point. We'll see when it is I decide to either hit the finale, or so it seems, less than 100%, or if we'd rather compromise on some kind of outside hint or resource that doesn't spoil anything, I hope. Oh yeah, we were going to go back to the Bell Beast and to Bellheart. No, that's good. We can just travel to Bellheart directly. Wow, these are dropping a lot of void on me. I thought the Everbloom was supposed to help me with that, in theory. But yes, let's take a look at the Bell Home. Also, we have way too many resources to pick up here at this point. The shards are just capped pretty much entirely from this here. And I guess at this point, that actually counts as one of the mementos. Interesting. The conjoined heart. So we're missing 3 of the mementos at this point. We have one of the cylinders missing. I guess Materium is now complete then, because Steel Spines we were missing. And we managed to lug some of the materials from other places that we were traveling to. So yeah, conjoined heart here as the last of the 4 hearts, seems. That's very interesting. That was available in that fashion. Because I wonder, and naturally I wonder if it would have been possible to use this heart as like a secret alternative heart as part of the snail ritual, or what happens if you had collected all 4 of them going into the ritual for the red memory. Like if you collected all 4 ahead of time, do you still have conjoined heart remaining unused, or could you have filled the quest with any 3 out of 4? Anyway, Materium is all accounted for. That's significant. And yeah, relics, I mean, I don't know how easily we'll locate that. But I'm thinking that it might be worthwhile. Particularly if there's any difference in this, that when we approach the ending, that we can do it sub 100%, so I can have a completion that's, a representation of my unguided progress. And then maybe at that point we'll let ourselves at least look up locations, even if we don't spoil ourselves on absolutely everything, and then try to go for 100% file that way. Very often I found that with games like this in the past, even ones that we spent lots of time on, that we don't necessarily do 100% on stream if there's a particularly fussy collection to do. So for example, with something like, completing every completed entry in the Hunter's Journal, that's obviously a lot of running around and hunting that may or may not be actually interesting to do. But we'll see about that. Let's see, I want to just go to White Ward. So back to the Coral Chambers Centrica Station. And yeah, we know that the drop from White Ward down to Underworks is actually one way. We discovered last time. We can't actually reverse through that. So I saw the key location. I don't know if the key for that is necessarily going to be in the same area, but I don't really have a good sense of what else to check at this point, so we should go back and comb through that carefully. Well, the last time I thought I had been through there carefully when chasing the wrong clue for Mr. Mushroom. So let's go back to Coral Chambers and check that. Okay, let's go through here. And just go through the passage over to the White Ward. Skip some of these. We'll have a bench on the other side of the lift anyway, so I can just blast through this without really thinking about it. Knowing that a heal is coming very shortly. So yeah, it was near the bottom left location that the lock was located. Rather than lowering the lift, I'm going to shortcut my way over to the right side. We will not go towards the exit, or if we do, we'll have to port back. So this location here, for instance, I don't think we ever tried that with ascending, in case there was something above that ceiling. And look at that, first try. We found a new location immediately. Okay. How did I miss this when we previously came through here? So that's interesting. Are we in for a fight? Okay, so we got a silky location over here. Let's play and see if we uncover anything. Why this pain? To serve beyond shell. Remember my voice. To devote eternal. So yeah, this is the laboratory, I guess. Must we? Where the silk procedure happens to turn the pilgrims into servants of the citadel, bound up in silk. Oh, this is something. Coral Commandment. Okay, that fills in one of the remaining slots that was unaccounted for. Of the 2 relics that we had not found. Anything to discover over here? Let's check. Sherma wouldn't like this place. No, I think Sherma's not ready for the truth. Sherma can't handle the truth. Sherma is nevertheless going to assume a position of leadership. Well, anyway, no key though, unfortunately, but we did get Coral Commandment. So this area previously, I think, was a Silk Eater. I don't know if we really checked it thoroughly. But the fact that we immediately discovered something is at least somewhat encouraging. And we'll, of course, go back to the left side later. It's more that it's easier to go back to the left side later because you can just use the lift. So, yeah, the mortician area. So, the right side of this room, we always hit a dead end there. And I wonder if maybe there was something else we could have checked. Because that always looks a little suspicious to me as well. Spirit. Blow up the other one. Well, so much for those morticians. So yeah, is this area here that we never figured out anything for? This looks kind of open. Let's try it. No. Because I always did find it suspicious that we could progress through this end of the room. Let's check the top area. Enter. Have we entered that previously? I don't remember. I thought we had, but... Or is this new? Oh, wait, this is new. Okay, so... Or is it? Because I thought we had fought these before. Yeah, because those are the surgeons. But then we looted something in this room previously. I don't know if I recall what it was. This looks open? No, it's not. So... Yeah, I don't remember what was even here. But... we were clearly here before. This looks like another passage. Oh, is this new? Oh, is this the one we've seen previously? No, this is new. Okay, we open something this way. This looks like a potential shortcut passage that we open down below, maybe. If it remains open. Oh. Surgeon's key, there we go. Except we need to get rid of this thing first. With husk over here. There we go. Well, we've got a key, so... is it described as ornate? I mean, and I'm sure it must be the one. That's right. Discard a key at a whiteboard. Let's do that. Let's check the right side here first. I can't believe we missed all of this previously when we were going the area for shrooms. Oath of the whiteboard. While song must be sung, none may falter. Infirmity, sickness, and death, all are banished from our citadel. Not exactly Hippocratic. Sherma was here searching for medicine and such in the door that I went in. Oh, that's right, that's right, that's right. I think we'd seen that anyway. This was a while ago. I mean, I was back in the whiteboard last stream looking for Mr. Mushroom before we rethought the clue, but other than that, we hadn't really been here in a long time, I think. Anyway, we want to go back to the left side. We want to hit the bench up top first, and we'll take the lift down, and we'll go to the key area and see what we can do after we refresh the bench. If we don't die to the morticians first. let's take it down. We could have just dropped in, I guess, but actually no, because we would have landed on top of this lift. So let's see about the key. Let's see what it gets us. Ornate lock mechanism. This is for the surgeon's key. Let's do it. Okay, something new. Let's find out what it is. Be unraveled. Okay. It's a dark level fight. So is it... Well, this is just one of the standard drag husts that we've seen before. We just fight a whole bunch of them in the dark. Maybe we do. Let's get some silk back for heals. Oh, that's a type that we hadn't seen before. Dreg wheel. Looks like there's one more spot here to fill as well after Mortician, so maybe there's a last phase of this. Defeat 7 more of these for the notes. Okay. We really need some silk though. I mean, I used some of that on a spear just now. Last phase of the fight. Well, at least the room has lit up a little bit, so... Is this itself the unraveled? Or... Oh. Okay. That hit hard. Okay, so it just fires the husts at us. Trying to find a safe approach for it. Can't really approach it from up top, unfortunately. I mean, it did look like we got a bit of a hit there, but... That's okay. Well, at least we know what we're dealing with. Oh, except... Is there a fast way down where we... don't have to use the lift? No, we'll just use it. As simple as... Also, I have the ability to replenish all my silk. Let's just use it once. Oh, that's kind of interesting. I had sort of passively observed this the whole game, but didn't think of it until now, that until you get your cocoon back, you actually don't get your full spool. How did it take me over 100 hours in this game to notice that's the mechanic? And that your spool extension isn't there until you've recovered the rest. Anyway, that means we don't need to tap this until we've gotten a little further in the fight. That's fine. This is actually potentially... Oh, I was saying good location for claw mirror, but we missed. Or stood too close, rather. And then now we've been completely taken apart because of missing out on that heal. So we're in an even worse position than we were in before. Okay, let's just try to tap this guy for heals before we get run over. Oh no, yeah, he charges directly in, so you can't stand in front of that. You have to go behind. You know, for that fight specifically, it makes so much sense to go tax. He's on the ground the whole time. For the other parts, let's see about this. Against the husks. Curve claw kind of makes sense. We'll go throwing ring because throwing ring you can stay straight on that. Maybe. Cogwork wheel makes a certain amount of sense as well, since it's staying grounded. Oh, let's do this. But we need to have a cleaner first phase, for sure. A cleaner pre-boss phase. Okay. Okay, that's why we have the dice. Here we are. Yeah, that one can be hit by the traps as well. While it's in the lower position. Good. Let's leave attacks all over the place now for this phase and let it charge in. Much cleaner start this time. Oop. Yeah, we need to heal up a bit. Oh, lift those a little bit here. Just let it run across attacks then. And look at that. Seem to have a phase transition. Oh, now we need to deal with these. That's okay. That's what the tools are still for. Okay, it's got to come up soon, right? We also used up all of our attacks. Oh. Oh, that's interesting. We just dodged then until it's ready to come out again and play. When we find a good healing opportunity, we'll use it. Okay. Yeah, I didn't mean to burn silk on that just now. That was a mistake. Let's see if we can get around somehow. A bit of silk going. Shall come out this way. Closer. I mean, we've got so many resources when it comes to shards that I don't really feel too bad about dumping all the tools on this fight, even if we don't necessarily make it through like we just saw. So yeah, you can cut it down really quickly with all the attacks. We should save more of it on the late phase, though, when we have an even harder time by hitting him. Got through about 170 some shards that time. That's okay, we can always go back to the Bellhelm for more, but I feel like this tool set is a good one to use. Maybe we want to go Threadstorm rather than Spear for the other ads, but we'll stay with this for the moment. Oh. Okay, now let's dive back down. So yeah, no problems with just taking the cocoon instantly. In fact, since we are doubling our spool anyway. Nope, didn't want to drop those. Wrong weapon. That's the thing about the wheels is we don't have too many of them to work with. Anyway, we can try to hit it with the claw mirror as well. Oop. But yeah, you do need to flank it. Get over its movement here. Oop. Hitting it too many times. Okay, that seems to be the phase transition. Absolutely need some of our silk back, though. Well, at least we've hit enough of those now for achievement purposes. Don't know if we'll survive that much longer in the fight, but whoop. Might have just spent a lot of these attacks for nothing. We just need more silk for the next run up. Okay, now we can heal. Oh! Nope, got caught. I thought we were about to be speared on the wall, hence why we missed a heal in that location. But yeah, we just need to jump over him a little more carefully. Flank him at the back. Not needlessly waste too much of the cogwork weapon on hitting the wrong direction for the input. Oh, I forgot to sit on the bench for silk. That's okay. We'll get some of it back. Okay, got that then cleanly for a change. Okay, got that done cleanly for a change. We'll flank it. Good charge it initially. Whoop. Just too close. Then we can whack it with the claw mirror, and look at that, that's enough to get it through that phase. Getting hit a little too much here. Let's try to get a heal when we have a good location for it. Need to dodge the spear phase first. I'm waiting until we can use the claw mirror offensively, since we do have a relatively safe position above the boss to do that. We can just kind of pop him. Oh. Do need to hit him though at some point. Wall cling actually would be useful here. We don't need the compass for this, so wall cling would help if we're redoing this. Need to tap him accurately one more time if we can. Whoa, saved by the dice. Whoop. Close one there. Way too close for comfort. Yeah, if we just stand back and dodge some of that. Need more silk. Okay, that's going to be some kind of phase transition. Let's take the opportunity to build silk if we can without taking too much punishment. No. Like I was saying, let's go wall cling. Everything else I think we'll keep. Although I almost wonder if the aerial sting traps rather than The clockwork wheel might be better for the husk phases. But it's actually dodging the ones that are being spat out at it. Us that are doing some of the most damage. That's the thing that seems to be most troublesome at the moment. And the spears, of course, but wall cling might resolve the spears, at least slightly. In that we're not constantly jumping out of position when you have two columns that are close to the wall, where one is forcing you off the wall, but the other one snipes you. Oh, I forgot to sit on the bench again for the silk. Oh well. Those are nice big targets to hit, at least. Just try to burn him through this phase quickly. You have better timing on that. The cogs actually come back and can hit him really quickly. So you see that's a phase already. Yeah. Maybe wasting too many attacks on these guys, but we'll see what we can do to get through. Next section. Yeah, wall clinging feels really nice here. Except I still jumped into the projectile. We shouldn't stay on the wall too much in general in that section. Standing too close. Standing way too close. Oh, that was interrupted by the spear just spinning around. It has a really long spin to it. And of course now we're in peril once again. Yeah, actually sat on the bench long enough this time. So I think we tried to dodge better through the first phase. Save a bit more of the tools dump for the second phase. Okay, next. Bit of variation to where they spawn in this room. I said I wouldn't use too many traps in this phase, but we did it anyway. Oh, didn't double jump over him. Really? You actually want to stay grounded against these ones. Easier to hit that way. Jumping around in the air doesn't do us very many favors in that circumstance. Now, let's just dodge spears. We actually don't want to be up against the wall too much because I found it difficult to escape. I want to stay a bit more grounded. Unless the boss is making me jump. Like here, for instance. Let's find a safe healing timing once the spears give me room. You actually can parry those, spawning them back. We should be doing that a lot more often. Whoa, bad location there. But we'll try to go for a heal once again. Okay, phase transition. Okay, good. Took it down quickly. Good. Yeah, staying grounded helps. Oop, that hit. Wow, that's a lot going on. Yeah, we should stay grounded. Less forced out. I need to find a heal opportunity. Stay grounded. Where we can. This is getting a little rough. Nope. We need to heal now. Interrupted, unfortunately, but there was no spot to move there. Nope. Sniped. Got pretty far along. That was clearly last phase. Really burning through the whole shard bank here, but that's okay. We've got so many rosaries in reserve at this point. Plus an ability to replenish as much as we want in Belheart that I'm not really concerned about. The shell shard expenditure. But yeah, we didn't find a good spot to dodge that time. And take a moment to heal. But in general, it seems like unless the boss is forcing you up, since he's got the helmet on anyway, you know, you don't really need to play in the air in that fight. In general, a lot of things work better grounded. From what I'm seeing of that encounter. So I think we grind through the first phase a bit before spears come out. And again, this time we'll remember to try to save more traps for later instead of dropping them all at once. Just let them charge in. Just tap. Yeah, no need to rush this phase too much. Oh. We got Silk. Whoa. Single jump actually does get you over. You just need to be well timed about it. He never fires in the same spot twice in a row. I think it's always a bit of a spread in that shot. Okay, now we spread attacks. Oh, let's stay grounded on these. Wait for a healing opportunity when we get one with the boss out, hopefully, so we can go on mirror on him. Good. Not too bad about that. Okay, phase 3 it seems. Let's take these out first. good. Now we go the cog tool whenever it comes out. It's feeling pretty stable. It can fall apart quickly, of course, so we can be complacent. Oh, that was accidental. I didn't mean to go spear there. Okay, we'll need a heal soon. Standing too close that time. There we go. That's a kill. Nice and clean that time, mostly. And we actually do get something out of this. What is this? Doesn't look like a tool. Looks like something else entirely. So, a silk skill? Do we actually have some that were uncollected? Because this looks like it's aiming towards a silk skill, but I didn't see anything that was still up for grabs. So maybe it's an upgrade on an existing one. And one hornet to bind them all. Well, that sounded a little bit explosive. They are ours, bound forever. Regenerated. Oh, was that the last remaining silk heart? I guess it was. So that accounts for that finally. 94% as well. So yeah, so finally we accounted for the last silk heart. I was not expecting that. And we have an exit passage out to the right. That will take us somewhere else. And then we'll check everything we can. See where this dumps us at the end. Whoops. So this opens up another passage here, but then I want to check the whole area below as well. Ah, okay, so this is back in the underworks area. That is at the top with the optional benches. We should do that because then we can switch back to compass. And also we just don't care about the rosaries at this point. And then continue to explore the new connecting area of the white ward since we've now mapped it. So let's get compass back on. It did seem like we missed something up top on the right side, so we should go back around and to check for that just in case. Or can we actually go back that way? There we go. That was a little hard to spot. So was there something down here? Let's see. Oh, that's interesting. But what do we get for breaking that? Curious. I don't know what that was all about. Wait. Seems like there was something fragile down here too. Here we go. This is something new. What is it? Psalm cylinder. Okay, that's the last one. Last of the songs. So why don't we turn that one in? Oh, this is new too. Hang on. Memory lock it. Great. Smash that up, yeah. So now we have 2 memory lockets still unaccounted for filling in everything else. Okay, well that accomplished something significant. In that case, let's turn into some cylinder. Oh, whoops. Instead of doing that, I was just going to take the Ventrica station up, but you know what? Let's just go back to the Bell Beast. Instead of muscling through here. And we'll see if completing all the Psalm cylinders gets us anything from the Vault Keeper. Anything new from Sharma? No, not really. Yeah, just looking over here once more to see if there was anything else we might have missed, but I guess we'll head back down to the right. Actually, no, down below in this area. I don't even remember what this top room was on the right side. What was this? Did we ever actually figure out what this one was guarding? I actually don't remember what this was all about. Might have been a Silk Eater location. Anyway, let's see what we've collected here. What he's brought it, more treasures waiting on the keeper's inside, yes. The sacred cylinders of a holy citadel. He's gonna snatch that greedily and say, yes, a fair gift we respond. This vault keeper shall glean with knowledge a great mind can. Last surgery of conductor at Misello, performed in White Ward's operating theater. Oh, so... is that what the conductor did up there? Oh. It's a recording of a surgical operation. That's interesting. We can hear the screams. Presumably. Yeah, see them all as collection gleams complete. Such sacred understanding, swords say. You have performed your part, we respond. The agreement is concluded. Knowledge and rosaries, all were past fair. No more between us. Leave this keeper to his treasures and their insights. It is given its service. Now this keeper wants his time alone. So nothing else off him then. But I guess we can listen to the surgery. But we can still come back and see the collection. You may see it, a perfect set. This vault keeper is rich with insights, and jealous its fellows would be if still their minds remained. So yeah, we'll leave it on this one for the time being. And from this point then, I think it makes a certain amount of sense to go back to Belhart to submit the last choral commandment, and then we're just missing one relic after that. And then we'll probably finish up over there and also probably loot a good number of shards to replenish. If we can. Does it sing anything different for us now? Escape the shell constricting through understanding, power. Through knowledge, release. Barloom, reveal your secrets. Transcend this mind so limited. Okay, first of all, let's hit the bench here. And yeah, this exits this way. And we'll head over to Belhart. Through Belbeast, of course. Anything new to tell me? Soon, Pavo, I shall calm the chaos. Please guard these monks safe until then. Of course, dear resident, of course. Know all our faith and our wishes go with you. Do they have anything new to say? No, we've seen all these. We absolutely don't need the rosaries. Okay. At this point. Oh yes, we need to offer the relic first. I smell something on you. Heavy to the past you are. Let's read this one. Tattered decree of the Citadel. Bug of voice grown hoarse or shell fallen frail, you have been selected for duty most sacred. Become our light, our guide in darkness that others worthy may climb to join the holy song. Okay. And that's how to recruit. Okay, so we're missing one rune harp. No idea where that could be. But in terms of the overall collection over here, yeah, it's actually just the one rune harp, and the mementos were pretty close to complete on that collection otherwise. So at this point, we are going to leave off for today. 94%, 6% to go. I mean, certainly these two account for it. I don't exactly know how many percentage points those will take off individually, but we know we have to account for those. We know we have to account for the 4 missing tools as well, which will depend on the 2 remaining shards of craft metal somewhere. If it is 1 percentage point apiece, then that's a 4% right now. I'm not convinced that it is. I don't know how things add up necessarily. I don't think it can be, because if you just think about it, like if you had 57% for the tools and you had 20% for the 20 mass shards, and over to gets up to 77, and then if you have a certain number of spool fragments, I don't even know how many. Add the 7 crests. I'm just thinking about whether that's plausible and whether that gets you way over 100. Just by counting those. And then you have these abilities here. You have 3 off of this. You've got presumably everything on the tool pouch and crafting kit. Yeah, I don't think it's 1 full percent for thing that you pick up. It's probably apportioned some other way by category. But anyway, we know we're missing these 2 and the 4 here. So one of the red tools not found to craft metal, as far as we know, still eludes us somewhere. It could just be somewhere on the map. But we have filled in this part of the journal with the unraveled as well as the dreg wheel, and we're getting very close to completion on the Hunter's Journal now, actually 227 out of 234, so that might give us a clue as to where to go. That it looks like there's still something to fight in the slab, actually, because the penitent would be in the slab. These would all be in the slab. So we have to fight somebody in the slab, I think. So that might be a location worth going back to, even if it is just one of the regular enemies by the looks of it. And then all of this in this section here. Well, I mean, this one... These ones belong to Shellwood. These Bell ones are technically in Bellheart, but they might be categorized somewhere else as well. We've seen them in a couple of different places. Chardriard. I'm totally reading Chardriard to rhyme with Baudrillard. I don't know if that's intentional. Because I guess technically it's a simulacrum of a fossil. But yeah, some of this, well, this was all over Farloom, so I don't even know if we can narrow down the category for what we're missing here. These 2 slots. This... I mean, I guess usually for each of the zones, they always put the bosses near the end. So, for example, in Sinner's Road, because Chef is a boss, it's near the end of that set. So it kind of implies to me that I'm apparently still missing crawl-related bosses, maybe even. Unless they're regular muck enemies that we somehow skipped. Because what could be past Crawfather that's still in the Craw Zone? Well, that might be worth looking into. But if we're able to determine some of that, then maybe the Hunter's Journal can let us narrow down the locations of what we're going for. And yeah, having something down here, 2 slots down here, these may just be Abyss bosses near the end. I had to guess, although it's kind of strange that you wouldn't have the final boss last in the order if it's anything different from the Grandmother Silk that we know already. So this is something void related, I'm sure. Maybe it's once we go near the point of no return, but yeah, we filled in a ton of the journal today, actually. Didn't realize we'd managed to get this close to completion on that one either. Anyway, we'll determine on the next stream whether we want to really continue to comb the map for more insight to 100%. I actually got more done today, I think, than I expected. I didn't expect to run into the Shaman Crest almost immediately. For instance, I don't think I was even aware there were 2 quests remaining rather than just 1, but we managed to get them both. And get past a lot more besides. I guess, yeah, still technically I think we haven't really interacted with Mask Maker, and that still strikes me as suspicious that we just did the delivery up there, but otherwise didn't really have much going on. But we've resolved a lot of other NPC-related interactions otherwise, particularly with Varnaby and Greymore finally being accounted for after all this time. And also took care of the Twisted Bud. I finished the whole sequence down here with Weed Nest Atla and Ava being bound to us at last. With that quick silk replenishment. And of course, covering all of Verdania over here, which I think is pretty conclusively complete at this point, given everything that we saw about it. So I don't know if we're missing some additional area. I actually doubt at this point, given the state of the Hunter's Journal, that we're really missing a zone's worth. So maybe it is just the Abyss itself that is mappable at the end for the map achievement. And that would kind of make sense. I mean, you know, previously when we descended down below, we didn't really see the objective on the map the way that we see it on the map now. And obviously the terrain there would have been manipulated quite a bit since the last time we went down there, given the flooding on the way up to the deep docks with the lava coming up. So, again, we'll determine how soon it is I want to approach the final sequence, whether we want to do it sub 100% or if I might potentially need to look up anything external to sweep final locations, because, you know, how do I even know what to look for at this point for which corner to check? When I think I've accounted for most things that were sort of on the mental checklist for obvious locations to look for. I still think there were some suspicious looking passages around the putrefied ducks, but maybe I'm just wrong about those at this point. Because we saw so many things that looked like they might be exits. And again, we haven't really been back to Bilewater since Act 3 very much, I think. And there were definitely some dead-end locations there that still seemed unaccounted for, which might be worth checking. Where it didn't look like I'd collected anything there previously. So maybe that's something to look into next time. But that'll be all for today's very thoroughly satisfying session, I think, where we went from 90 to 94% and had a few things on top of that that didn't seem to count. And really, the end is in sight. Very much in sight. It's just a question of how much looking around we need to do to get there. Thank you once again for joining me for today's session. We will see when we are able to be on next. And for the moment, we'll see if we can pass you on to a different destination. So, thanks for watching. And until we meet again, have a wonderful time ahead of you with whatever you have chosen to do. And as always, fare thee well.